Okay, here we go. Da, 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 da. Okay. Hey Marco, how are you? Let's go to main map 5. Let's go to Steam screenshots. No. What do I want? I guess my map plans, like this. This is the map that I'm building. You can tell me how close I am to making it. It's like a rough plan. I improvise some areas though. I like this map a lot because you spawn. I'll show the spawn zones real quick. Let's hide these. So, I don't want the play zone. Let's do deployment zones. So you spawn like this, and it means you have this whole open section of field for the battle, which I've been wanting, like, I feel like I've been making a lot of maps where there's a big town in the middle or a forest in the middle. I want just a big open field where you could just have a conventional battle. But then you have a couple little flanking pads with forests, and if you want to do a deep flank, you have to cross a river and you can fight over here, or you can fight in the deep forests and contest the hill. So I'm really loving how this map came out. It's completely fictional. Funnily enough, the thumbnail says historic maps, I think. I just reused it from another stream, but this is just a fictional map. The layout was created by a community member named Oberst, and then I made some pretty significant edits to it, but I really liked his road layout and where the river was, so I used his river and roads, and then I kind of messed around with where I wanted forests and hills and like the strategic positions. And now this is very empty. You can even see the repeating grass texture. We're going to fill that out. So what I also have is I have a map making process that I've created. So this in bullet point list is exactly the process that you follow when building a map to make sure you include everything that you need. So we'll go and check off the list. First, did we lay out the rivers? We did. We've got a river there. Second thing, I wonder if we could try this with a second monitor. That works, right? And you guys see my screen? Yeah. Lay out mini natural roads like desire paths. Well, I kind of did that around here, like these little natural roads. I bet I could maybe do a few more, but I even did a desire path somewhat here with connecting these. Lay out lakes. Do we have lakes? We've got one in that village over there. We've got one in that village. I think we're good. Lay out creeks. We have this little tiny stream that kind of connects over there. Add rocks in the creeks. I did not do that. So what we do now, this is actually a suggestion by a community member who said, hey, the rivers look a little plain. You do have rocks at the bottom, but can we add rocks at the top? So he suggested that, and I said, you know what? I'll add that to my process. So look, you just go up the river, and then we just add in little stones kind of like on the inside and outside. The other thing that's kind of neat is if you tap R, it refreshes. So look at the amount of types, and I'll full screen this. The amount of types of rocks that we have. Lots of variety. 18 of them, it seems. And so you can kind of just... Is today Mother's Day? No way it's Mother's Day. Uh-oh. Don't tell me today's Mother's Day. Oh, no. Oh, that's rough. I'm gonna go... Damn, dude, that's rough. One second, I'm texting my mom. I feel so bad. I'm gonna explain in a second. Oh, man. Yeah, I'm such an idiot because Kelly, my mom asked if we wanted to do anything, and I said I'm working over the weekend, and so Kelly, my wife, just left the house now to go hang out with my mom for the day, and so they're gonna go shopping and get drinks and stuff, and I stayed home, and if it's my own mother, I probably should have taken the day off from work and gone with her, especially on a beautiful sunny day, and hung out with my mom, who I don't see often, and that is very rough. I didn't know it was, if it was any other day, like I want to get this done, so I do need to get this done. But if it's Mother's Day, that's kind of messed up to send your wife to go do it, and then yeah, I don't know. That's rough. I mean, here's the thing: they're gonna talk about girl stuff. They're gonna go gossip and they're gonna go to bars together and stuff, and they'll have fun. So, you know, it's fine. But yeah, that does suck a little bit. How are these rocks? I think the rocks are actually coming out pretty good there. Damn, I do feel really bad about that. The thing is, Veal, not to be dramatic, dude, but like, this game is my last shot at my career, to be honest, man. And that is dramatic. That is a very dramatic statement. But my YouTube channel is doing so poorly that I don't know if it'll survive the end of the year, dude. And I am just desperately trying to make a career out of game development. And if I can do this for a living, then I don't need my channel, or at least I don't need to make a living off my channel. You know, I can still keep it, but I just don't have to make it my full-time job. And I need this to work. And I have 4 months left before I'm hoping I'm done with this game. Not in a bad way, not like, oh, I want to be done with it. I'm just saying, in 4 months it's finished, so I want to do the very best job I can possibly do. Or else I will not have a YouTube channel nor a game development career, and then I don't know what to do. I have no backup plans. I usually love making little backup plans. I'll draw out little lists of what my goals are and how I'll, you know, what my fallbacks are. I've created like 3 or 4 fallback plans for my channel, and that the channel's failed on every goal. So I'm out of backup plans. This is it. So I am hoping to do everything I can possibly do. Oh, Jesus, I feel bad for my mom. If she texts me and says, no, you have to get over here, then I will get dressed. Damn, that... At least I'll tell Kelly's mom, Happy Mother's Day. Oh, she messaged me. Wow, an RAF captain. So Kelly's mom sent me a picture. She works at a, I don't know what you call those, like an old person's home. I don't know the name for it, but one of the people who she's caring for was an RAF captain, and he is in full uniform from World War II, which there are not many World War II vets that are still alive, I feel like, and so it's increasingly rare. And that's really cool. He's in full uniform. That's neat. I'd share a picture, but I'd have to download it off of a retirement home. That's right, a retirement home. I'd have to download the picture and show you. Oh well, that's fine. Okay, so I added the rocks and the creeks. We have bridges. We have 1 bridge. I don't know if we need another. Do we need 1 more? I could add like a little wooden... You know what I could do is like... I could add a little wooden bridge without a road. But would that be weird? Maybe I should do a small wooden bridge in this area. Now the play area, though, is this. So it's not giving it much room. And because of the perspectives, you kind of have to place it. If I were to place a bridge, it would have to be there. But the play zone is not very large. Oh, you know what I could do? Hold on. This is easy. Watch this. Up here. Watch. Ah, fuck. There. It could just go right off the map. Because I was worried having to connect this to like the main road and cut across everything. There. That's not bad. So it just adds 1 more bridge option, which is nice. Not that the bridges do very much in this game, because you can kind of just walk through the rivers, which, you know, it is what it is, but... And then we do need to add a couple little trees. By the way, we will finish this map on stream today, which will be kind of cool, because I already did about 6 hours on this map previously, so... Griffin, genuine question, is there a way to donate to this game outside the $3 Patreon? I shut down the Patreon. Well, I didn't. Anybody who bought it, I will still give them a key, but I just don't want... The thing about it is, if you give someone a key, they will not be able to leave a Steam review. So, if all your biggest supporters, everybody rooting for the game, buys a key through Patreon, and you give out those keys, when the release date comes, they leave their reviews. It doesn't count. They're hidden reviews that don't count to the review score. And then all the people who didn't care about the game very much, they get their reviews. And suddenly, now your game's on 60% positive because all your diehard fans can't leave reviews. And so it's like, you can get the money now, but you're not going to get that money later. And I would rather, you know, just stick it out. And yeah. Is there another way to help? Honestly, JJ, I don't... We're dealing... at a scale that's very large. It would be like saying, I don't know, what's a non-pretentious way to say that, or not, maybe it's not pretentious, but maybe just like, I don't know. For example, the game in total will have cost $150,000. So when you say, oh, can I give $5? It's a very meaningful gesture, but I'm not in desperate need of that money. I am in desperate need of making sure I can pay like a $10,000 development cost each. So if you were a publisher and said, hey, we can help relieve you by doing XYZ, at that scale, that's more useful. For you, your $5 is going to be more valuable to you than it will be to the development of this game. And I'd rather you keep it. I'd rather you have that money for food or have it for books, for school, or whatever it is. Even if it's a small amount, it's just like the scale at which it costs to develop games is so expensive that it doesn't really make sense. Now, when the game comes out, you can save that $5 and use it towards buying the game, or buying it for a friend, or buying an extra copy or something like that. That would be helpful. And if everybody does that, then that would make the chance of success for the game much higher. But as far as like a donation or something like that, yeah, it's... But I appreciate that, JJ. That's very kind of you to say. That is a very... I do appreciate that. I don't want to take that much. It's, you know what I mean? Like when we look at it at that scale, when I've got to pay out a $10,000 development cost each month, and I've been doing this for a year and a half, then I've been basically paying a $150,000 to $200,000 cost. It's like, I'd rather you just keep that money, and then when the game comes out, and if you like it and you're excited about it, you can buy a couple copies if you wanted to. I may even do like, I don't know what you guys think of this. I might do like a soundtrack that you can buy for like $5 extra as like a DLC, just in case people want to support us, because that'll help offset the Steam. The Steam takes like 30%, so it helps offset that a little bit. Okay, so I did bridges, I did hills, texture paint the hills, I did that as well. Shallow crossings. Do we want to add any shallow crossings? I could do one like right here. So what I like to do for shallow crossings, I take this, which is like a glowing decal. I lift it up in the air. I size it up. I will rotate it like so. We'll bring it into the river. Lift it even higher. Uh-oh. I can't really get it. It only works in some places. Notice it works right there. Okay, that's where the shallow river is going to be then. It is what it is. There we are. And then let's see how much we can lower it. So it wants us to do like that. Okay, so it's a little bright spot in the river. It's very subtle, but the way you make it less subtle is we take our favorite little rocks and we just add stones. And then perhaps we even add these little pieces of foliage, kind of, to show it's less... there. That it's a kind of a shallow point. So you can see it a little bit right there. That's a shallow point. Again, it's like you can walk through the river. It'll just slow you down, and then this will be a path where we don't slow the unit down. So if you did pay attention and you made a column and you ran it through, your guys wouldn't slow down through there. And that's data that we can assign when it comes time to do the data assignment on the map. JJ says, I feel bad that you're putting so much in and it's your last shot. Yeah, I know, man. It's okay. It's not your... There are many other developers who are in the same position, where it's a lot of... You'd be surprised about how many developers and how many studios make their first game, and their first game is their last game. Even if it made $100,000, it's still their last game. Because if you need... Think about how many people are work on a game team usually. You might think of like a studio of like 10 people. First of all, are you doing it remotely? Most studios aren't. Most studios are actually in person. And so you've got 10 people in a building that you're renting. So you've got to pay for the rent. And then you also have all the hardware. So I don't know. You might be paying like $4,000 a month. Maybe more. No, it's probably... It depends on the office size. But let's say you're paying $4,000 a month just for the office and maybe some of the hardware, which are upfront costs. And then each person, what do you think a programmer's average salary is? Some of them are $10,000 a month per person. Now that's a senior, or not. That's actually like mid to high tier, not even a full. Like some seniors are paid more than that. But you know what I mean. The cost really adds up. Not to talk about money. I'm not even making this about myself right now. I'm just saying that development costs generally are expensive, and I'm just saying that there are other studios out there who struggle. I'm not. My point wasn't making this about myself in any way. I'm just making the point that game development is difficult and expensive. That was all. 1 second. Sorry, I'm just discussing maybe making a documentary with one of my someone who works on the channel. Okay, tree clusters. Place tree clusters. I don't think I did that yet. So this is the fun part. I do love doing this. This is technically a tree cluster, but when I say tree cluster, what I mean, well, no. This is a tree cluster. This is individual trees. So what that means is you go in, grab a few trees. What's cool is you can click, and these are the 4 types of random trees I could generate, and it changes their size slightly. So look how much variety there is just in that one tree type. You hold shift, and you can create a whole different set of trees, and then you can create a brush of those trees, which is also really cool. Look at that. And you can create your own palette of forests. Isn't that cool? So this map editor, I really love it. Get on the city pop? Okay, I could get on the city pop, yeah. But yeah, I'm not being negative, guys. I'm not. I am honestly not upset or sad or anything. I was just. I was. Yeah. Nutriview says, having played Napoleon Total War and Ultimate General and Grand Tactician, I'm excited for the game. Would love a full sim where it never is simplified to a map set UI that represents time between battles. Where it never is simplified to a map that represents time between battles. What do you mean by that? Could you clarify? I'm just curious. All right, so I'm going to place these trees down. Maybe I'll even get some of the big oak trees. And we can kind of fill out the blank spots. Now, in Europe, they don't really... This is my American mind, my Yankee Doodle mind, that I think there's like forests everywhere and huge giant barns and big independent farm areas. But in real life, in the European countryside... you would have just big open fields pretty commonly. It just doesn't look nice for a game, so I don't mind filling it out with just some random trees. I think he wants a mode where the campaign movement is not a thing. Where it never goes to a map. Yeah, I mean, we will have some... Yeah, Gurkit, there are apples. I actually did make an orchard at some point. If you want, I can make another orchard today. Orchard. Why did I say orchard? I can make another one today. There's a village that I can probably make one in. There we go. See how I fill out the map here with these trees, and it kind of just makes it look a little nicer. Yeah, there we go. That just fills out everything nicely. And I'm not even done yet. We have to do texture painting to fill stuff out, and bushes and rocks. So the next thing we have are mixed tree and bushes along roads and rivers. I already did that. Texture brush, rolling farmland, did it. Enclose the farmland, did it. Place populated areas, did it. Clutter around populated areas. So that means like little boxes and crates. Yep, I already did that. And wagons. You know what we may want to do? Look at this huge farmstead. There's not a single farmhouse here. So why don't we go in and place some more buildings? In fact, why don't we... Here, I completely forgot about this. Let's get rid of... I've been tempted to use one of these. I'm going to grab one of these. This is a prefab, or like a prefabricated farmstead. I'm going to place it somewhere. Like here. Look, see? Pre-made. And let's put a few of these in the map. Look, I already decorated it. There's already bushes and wagons. It's actually... How do I select this damn wagon? Ah! There we go. But yeah, I think definitely something that's missing is that there needs to be... These two buildings and the farmstead actually represents... They could also own all this land, so I think that's actually fine. How long does a map normally take you? Probably takes 2 work days. I'd probably say 10 hours of work, maybe. Which is actually a lot. Yeah, about 10 hours of work. This will be my 5th map, so I'll have done 50 hours on maps. I can't get people to help me, though, because I do it in a specific style, and every map has to match. It all has to feel the same. There's a lot of little details, like there's subconscious things that I do. For example, like I may only use 3 to 4 tree types per map, and that's because this way the game doesn't have to render out a tree type that I place down one time and never place again. Same thing with textures. Notice I've only used 5 textures of all these. If you use too many textures, the game is going to have to load all of those, and that might be a performance issue. Like there's like, I don't know, there's a lot of little things in addition to this giant list I have, and it has to be stylistically cohesive, and I can't afford to pay anybody, so then I'm thinking like, this is just something I have to do. And I can just work on weekends to do it, that's fine. I love these little farmsteads that I made. I really love them. I'm going to place these around. I'll place like one of these around each like rolling farm area to make it seem like these are like the local landlords, or like it's kind of like a small village. I like that. By the way, here I usually like to like make it dirty inside the area. There we go. See, like that looks nice. Actually, you know what, dude? I'm gonna place one more down because I think it's missing something that looks like it goes perfectly right there, you know what I mean? So I need something kind of at an angle. Maybe I'll make something custom. I don't mind making something custom. Let's just place down a couple little houses. Like that. Let's do a couple little trees. Let's do some little bushes. Let's do a dead tree. Let's do a couple little flowers. Let's do a rock. Then let's do a well, then a wagon, then a crate. And suddenly we've created a little... Oh, that actually looks cool for a path, doesn't it? That's kind of neat. I wouldn't use it here, but maybe on another map. It's a new idea I've just unlocked. There we go. See, that's nice. A nice little like area there, and like I feel like that fills out that farmstead a bit better. This one's good. That one's now good. This one doesn't need one because the play area. Look, this is mostly decoration. The play area actually ends, so you could imagine there is a village here. But if I place one, it'll actually be cut off. So I don't need to put one there. This one already has a whole big town. That one has a farmstead. This one would be cut off. So I think we're good. I think the last thing I'll do is maybe place one of these just in a random area. Let's grab one of these and pop that Where would be a good spot for... Where do you guys want like a little tiny village, like a mini community area? I'll place that down in a second. Let me read some stuff. Place random mess. It'd be cool at the beginning of the campaign. The map is dark and smoky because you know you're about to die. But then after each minute, Miracle of Brandenburg becomes lighter. I'm not sure what you mean by that, Rojo. Just trying to get at the interesting decision made between battles. If you travel, you need to consider supply points or who it takes from. No Trevis. If you look at the latest development log on this channel, it will explain how the campaign system works. And we do actually have like a supply logistics system, and you can move around a campaign to fight battles. Can I make a suggestion? You need to make this map editor available to modders. It would be a lot of work to do. Not a ton of work, but I think this would be better to put something post-release because there's only 4 people, including myself, working on this game. If you take one of those developers, and only 2 of them can code, one of them's part-time, one's full-time. If you took the full-time coder, the only full-time coder on this project off, to spend 2 weeks getting the map editor ready for modders, that's 2 weeks that the AI is now going to be worse. So every battle you fight is going to be substantially worse. And 2 weeks doesn't sound like a lot of time, but we have like 4 more weeks left to finish the AI, and it's getting really close. The AI has probably been made in a total of 5 weeks. So each week actually would make a lot of progress on it. So it just, like the math doesn't work in that way. Now, after the release of the game, I would be open to it. What about the church? I thought about the church, Garrick, but I already have 2 big churches on this map. I don't want to add more right now. Next, the river on high ground. River or high ground? Let's see. I could put, I don't know, I feel like putting the village on a town would be weird, but I could put it by the water. It could be kind of over here. Do we like it there, or? I kind of like it by the river. I think that is neat to do it there. There. So it's a little community. And I don't think I need the rest of these. No, I don't think I do. I already have a lot of big towns and stuff, and I didn't want this map to be very urban, so I'm gonna get rid of all these now. And there's no more crap on the sides. Good. And the next thing we want to do is now grab little homes and place them around, because there might just be like people, who want to live a little further away. So I like to usually just put some buildings for decoration just around, like this. We don't have to think too much about it. We can just put stuff down if we want. It just helps fill things out a little bit. Especially when there's like a town nearby. Somebody could just live a little bit further away. Good. And then the next thing I like to do is I do like to put little wagons next to a lot of those buildings. Because, you gotta have your little wagons. There. That's good enough. Is there anything else I really want to do? Let's check our list. Add farmland around buildings. Yeah, I already did that. Add miscellaneous buildings around the map. That's what I did. Yeah. Add mills to the big farms and hay bales. I already did that. Fences and hedges around the farms. I already did that. Detail the towns. I already did that. Add bushes and flowers. Did that. Clutter clusters. Okay, clutter clusters are next. And that is when you go in, you say, I want rocks, I want bushes, I want grass, I want more bush types, and maybe some dead trees, maybe not. I want these little rocks here. And then you create a big brush all the way up like this, and then you have all this clutter, right? We reduce the density, and now you get like random crap. See? I don't really like these little brick walls. They're actually kind of ruining it, so I'm going to get rid of that. And then these will go out. I think there's actually too many entities. There. These you kind of want to just place around and just fill out the open areas. Again, I think there's almost too many objects. There. I especially like to put them on top of hills, which sometimes can look quite plain. But this will help really fill out any open areas. And I always have to tell myself to not be afraid of big open areas, because I always look at these maps and they look so plain, and I want to add more to it. But you have a huge army you're maneuvering around. And if anything, one of my regrets actually is making some maps that are just too busy. Because people often say, oh, add a hill there, add a forest there, add this there. And then you spawn in with a full core of 20,000 men, and navigating that terrain, you know, it's no wonder you look at a lot of battlefields and they're just big open areas, because it's like already a challenge to find a big open area to fight in. There we go. Funnily enough, the land was more deforested in places like America and in Europe. If you go to battlefields, historic battlefields, if you see trees like everywhere and you're like, how the hell did they see anything? All of the open countryside was far more deforested because most houses were built out of wood. And so, like, if you go to Gettysburg or you go to Antietam or you go to battlefields in Europe, anything you see, it is more deforested. We have more trees around today, which usually people make it seem like it's the opposite. Like, oh, we've had environmental destruction. People don't care about the environment, and therefore they've destroyed all the trees. We have none left. And there are, you know, arguments to be made about, like, saving the rainforest or things like that. But deforestation was a far bigger deal. And I know that sounds kind of obvious, but you don't think about it when you go to a battlefield. You're like, how the hell did they... You know, I went to Bull Run, and you go to the bridge that's there, and the whole thing is overgrown. And there's just trees everywhere. And you're like, how did anybody fight here? But the whole area was cleared because everybody was chopping down trees. Nobody was replanting them. So you would have huge open areas. And most of the time, those areas would also be taken up by big rolling farmland, especially in Europe. In America, you didn't work all that land because some of it were new frontiers that people were still settling in. But in Europe, like, you could imagine actually this entire area could be potentially full of this sprawling farmland, the whole thing. Because they would have hundreds and hundreds of years in such a small area with such a high population to fill out and work all the land. There we go. So we added little bushes and stuff like that. But yeah, we can't be afraid of the dead space. No wonder people were so scared. I bet it'd make money releasing the map editor. Yeah, I mean, we can look into doing it after release. Did the thought of making it more fantastical ever cross your mind? Instead of muskets, you have orcs. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't really like fantasy stuff. Maybe some outhouses next to houses. Yeah, I have them next to, like, areas and villages, but I don't want to have to get too detail oriented. It's like we can add, like, here. That's your outhouse that you requested there. What uniforms are your favorite to make? Maybe the British, because I liked fixing them. I liked fixing them because some of the British uniforms are like orange, and I made them blood red, just bright red. And then I loaded in, and I could see all those big bright uniforms, and I really love seeing the British are always so cool to see. An expansion for another... you couldn't expand a game like this into the Napoleonic Wars. It's like all the units, all the nations, all the uniforms, all the tactics, all the weapons would have to be completely changed and overhauled. It'd be a new game at that point. Sapper detachments. MK, we've kind of like abstracted it. We've simplified it where you add sappers to a regiment, and then they automatically construct defenses if that regiment is stationary for a long period of time. So if you plant a regiment in a forest, for example, for 20 seconds, and you have sappers attached, they will automatically erect fortifications. You don't even have to direct them to do it. It's an abstraction, but it's better than having nothing. Like the alternative to doing that would be doing nothing at all. So that's all we had time to get in. But you can see it here. There. So if you actually just keep them stationary for a while, they will actually construct the defenses. Like that. And there's different types of defenses that you can select from. There's 3 types. We have Chevaux de Frise, Stakes, and Earthworks with Gabions. Alright, let's see what's next. So we did our... Detail the towns, add bushes, clusters. Yep, we did clusters. Individual clutter around the whole map. Yeah, I kind of did that. Texture brush for the forests. All right, let's texture. Oh, fuck. Let's texture the forests. I like to go to winter for this because the winter texture shows up. Actually, you know what? Here's what we have to do first. It's actually a 2-step process. First, you grab this. And I may use a different brush. Nah, I think this one's good. Okay, so first we're going to do this. See how winter, you can actually see your brush a lot better. So we're going to do this one first, and then we're actually going to layer on top of this another texture. We're going to have to make this brush big. And you really only need this faded brush for the edges of the forests. You can then go to like a very quick, solid brush that's going to be faster once we get to the interior. But you want to fade the exterior of the forests like that. And then we'll go back and fill them in, and then we'll layer another texture on top of them to make them look dirtier in the summer. Because in winter, they look perfect. There we go. I'll listen to music or whatever. I don't like this fucking song. It's so, I hear it so often. I just don't care about it. This one's good. 4 a.m. This one's pretty cool. I like the little flutes. I don't even care about the singing, to be honest. I just love the... I don't know, it's funky. I like the instrumental. Isn't that cool? Let me know if you want me to turn it down. I could probably turn it down a bit like that. I know you guys don't want to be forced to listen to music, so I'll just turn it down a bit. Just have it on in the background. Does terrain do anything in the game? You'll see. I will go ahead and set terrain data afterwards, and you will see. Again, I'm sure I'm being super annoying right now. I screwed it. There we go, it's better. Yeah, the texture reminds me of fudge Pop-Tarts. It's a really stupid thing to say, but I remember those fudge Pop-Tarts, man. Damn. You know what I mean? Look at the little dots. I don't know. Do you kind of see what I mean? Oh well. Let's get this part done here. Okay, I think I did all of the... Oh, you like the Napoleonic themed army? Yeah, it is cool that you can design your own army. I love... I don't know how other people feel, but I love doing shit like that in Total War games, but it never really gave you the ability to lean into it. Like, obviously you can't change the flags, you can't change the uniforms, but I would download mods that would let you get special regiments and everything. And I really love like building attachment to my men and taking them on campaign and having like regiments that you remember their name and but you never can do that in those games effectively because you don't see their names in battle. You don't get to customize them at all. So it's one of my, like I built that system. I didn't build it. I designed that system, I should say. I designed that system just because I love doing that in games and they never let me lean into it. And that's one of my favorite things to do is like tell your story with your men and you know, there's little things like, imagine giving all your troops, this is a dumb example, but imagine giving them white facings, but if they do well, they earn green facings, and if they are very high veterancy, you give them red facings, and you can almost like see their uniform on the battlefield and know how professional they are as a result of how you customize them. Or a better example is the Prussians have some flags with a silver eagle and a gold eagle, and imagine having all your troops with silver eagles, and if they do something really cool in battle, you go to the camp and you give them the gold eagle as a reward, so they have a cooler flag. There's just like, I don't know about you guys, but I love little things like that. Like, I geek out about like sitting there, and I've spent 20 minutes in the in the camp designer before, just like messing with the uniforms and the flags and assigning little items and weapons and renaming units and giving them regimental names and making up commander names for their units that'll appear in battle. Those are just things I love doing like that I just really wanted to include. All right, so all the forests are now textured. So now we go to summer, and you notice in summer it's really subtle. You don't really notice it too well. So then I take a darker texture and then a new brush, one of these. See how you can actually like skid the land with a little brown there? I then just do a lot of that. See how you're creating these like little dark spots? Probably want to, actually, it doesn't show up in winter. Cool. But look how that darkens certain parts of the forest. It adds actual variety in the dirt there. So some parts are a little dirtier than others. Like that. Which is kind of cool. And what's neat is if you miss a spot, or like you miss a forest, it's not a huge deal because it's just subtle. It's just like extra detailing. It's not crucial. It's not like it looks bad without it. It just looks good with it, you know. The saddest part is you're in a losing battle. So instead of letting them die, you send them one last valiant charge. Yeah, I think telling little stories like that would be cool. Having like your old guard in reserve and having to commit them in for the final part of the battle if all your other troops are routing. I think little moments like that would be cool. Losing units in the game would be so painful, yeah. Also officers. The officers take a while to level up, and you can refine like the skills they have. And they can get killed in combat because they're not all on horseback in the back. I make it so all the generals are actually attached to the regiments. So you know in like the Civil War, commanders would get killed constantly because they're leading the charges and stuff. That's kind of how I do the commanders here. So if you have them on as part of the front line, as part of your units, they'll give a really good morale buff, but they're risking their life all the time doing that. So your officers can get killed and wounded. All right, so I did the dirt texture brush for the forests. Patchy woodland, I did that. Elevated areas, I did that. Bodies of water. I guess I could do that. Sometimes I like to go through and brighten up the areas here. It doesn't even show up in winter, does it? Yeah, it doesn't show up in winter, which is good. So yeah, I guess we can brighten up the river a little bit. Is this working? I feel like it's not even doing anything. I don't know. It doesn't hurt to do it. Just add some lighter, lusher grass by the bodies of water. I feel like I'm just not seeing really much, but that's alright. Just brightens it up a little bit. Okay, now let's just go to town with texture brushing, all kinds of stuff. So let's grab this. Oh. I don't like that brush. I think... I don't like that one either. This is a bit better. It's important to do it in winter because it really shows up in winter a lot. That one doesn't quite look... jeez. That's better. Isn't that better? And it adds just a little bit of brown to the grass. And then what we can do is... How's this look? It's kind of similar, but it's a little subtle. Let's do... How about this one? A little brighter. It adds a little bright spot, which is kind of neat. Shows up more in summer than it does anywhere else, though. Kind of need higher strength on this one. But it just adds like little light areas, which just makes the grass look maybe a little more dynamic. Again, it's very hard to see, but I might switch it out for another brush soon. Because you just can't really see it too much. But it just adds a little bit. I think a better one would be like, that one could be good, because watch this. See, look at that. You can really, that really shows up, and adds little flowers too. And in winter, I don't think it does anything. No, not really. Wow, that one really shows up, doesn't it? The reason everything just got super dark is because every time I refresh this season, it picks a new weather. So this would be like overcast or rain. Everything's kind of dark. I like the bright spots it's adding. Just makes it seem like there's a little more texture in the grass. That's good, right? Yeah, that's nice. And then is there any other type of... No, I'm happy with the textures, honestly. I think we have like a mixture of brown and bright spots, and I think it actually came out pretty good. Winter, the brown spots are a little bit too noticeable, so I might go over some of them, like that, and go ahead and like just reduce them a little bit. There. I don't mind some brown spots in the winter, because it just makes some of the snow look melted in certain areas. Yeah, this is fine now. There are just some areas that were too much. This is cool. I like this a lot. Da 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 da. Da 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 na na. Gosh, I don't know what else to add. Texture brush painting, already did that. Patchy brush, already did that. Finishing touches. Spawn encampments, that's the next one. This one's fun. You ready? Let me see if there's any questions. I like how the map looks in the winter setting. Yeah, winter's pretty cool. Unlike Total War series where they are expendable and replace the drop of the hat. I know, I just don't... I really like sticking with your men and seeing them get upgraded. And also, it's just nice in this game, too, because you have a unit tree like Mountain Blade, so you get to reform them into better units. You never have to disband them. It's honestly... I never use the disband button at all. There's really no point in ever using that. I can imagine losing my guard that I leveled up from conscripts and yet dying to save the battle. Yeah. How are the campaign maps randomly generated? I can show you actually a little bit if you're curious. I don't want to get too distracted because if I answer every question, I'm never going to get this done. But this is a pretty smart system. I did not come up with it. But check it out. So these are like, for example, all the mountains that could possibly spawn in the winter. So they're predefined locations. But then what happens is they're masked. So these are a different hex code. So this is something I had to do the menial work for. I didn't set up the system, but I was the one who had to color all the different hex codes, which was annoying. And so the game will say how mountainous is the area. And I will go into my campaign data, and I will define how I want every region to look. Let's see here, map generation data. Terrain data? Nope. Regions? Yep. So these are all the regions in the game, and then I set a range of how many of each type of terrain I want. So for example, in Bavaria, we might want lots of mountains, right? The terrain types that it's noted for are mountains, foothills, and rivers. That's what we want Bavaria to feel like. So notice these are in green. Those 3 data points are in green. The hills, the mountains, and the rivers. That means there is a range of 18 to 22 mountains spawning. Whereas another place, there might be 2 to 3 mountains that spawn. And because that area is called Hanover, and Hanover doesn't have a lot of mountains, if any at all. But Bavaria might get 18 to 22. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It just like will pick a bunch of random mountain clusters to spawn in with. And the same works for everything else. Forests too, like this. So these are all the possible forests that can spawn, and it'll pick random bunches. And then at the end of the day, it will choose a random set of roads to accompany it, and the roads always fit like this. See how they always fit perfectly no matter where the mountains can possibly spawn. Any road type can always work with it. So here's another generation of roads like that. See how it can? Isn't that cool? It always fits in all the little spots. So the artist also made sure to bend the forests around. So now if I add the mountain layer, even if you had every mountain in the game, it still works with all the farms and the roads. It'll never cover them all up. So you could have all these forests and mountains and roads and rivers and all that, and it'll always work. So I think that's a pretty cool system. I've never shown that off before. The slight J-pop you hear in the background is truly the game development experience. Yeah. Give them silly names, then cry when you lose them. Yeah. Well, the worst thing, guys, is it's not even like losing 1 or 2 units. Imagine the worst thing is playing on Iron Man mode and losing all like your whole army, and they're all gone. That would be rough. That is quite accurate to Bavaria. Yep. What are my opinions on White Monster? I've never drank Monster. I drink Red Bull sometimes, only because I honestly rarely. I drink probably 1 Red Bull every month. So that's the only energy drink I ever have. I think I'm done with this map. What else do I add? Is there anything else that... Again, the one thing I'll say is you can't be afraid of empty areas. This looks plain, right? It looks unfinished. But if you've got 4,000 troops fighting in that area, you want to see them. You don't want to see them all covered up by a bunch of rocks and trees, you know? So I think I'm done. I think I'll save this. Okay, the other cool thing, you guys want to see something really awesome that I don't know of any other game in this kind of genre that does this? I've shown this off. Some of you guys probably seen this before, but see LA, LB, LC, LD, LE? Those are all the different types of spawning areas based on a large map. MA, B, C, D, E are for medium maps. Small A, B, C, D, E is for all the small maps. And so if I reveal SA, and then in the top left, show play zones. Actually, I'll show deployment areas. There. This is where you would deploy and fight if you had a small army and it randomly picked SA. Or it's a random chance. It might pick SB. So now you're fighting in this section of the map. Or it's also random picks SC. Now you're fighting in this section of the map. So every time you fight on this map and you have a small force, it'll pick a different section to fight on. But if you had a bigger force, let's say like a medium-sized army, it might pick between this one, which is larger, or this one, or this one. And if you have the largest force in the game, in that condition, you're gonna play across the whole map. But that means that early game, when you're fighting lots of little battles, it's not as repetitive. I have 5 maps, but I have 5 variations of a small map. So what? It's 25 different combinations of different maps that you can fight on, just across 5 maps. So I built 5 maps. You can play on them in 25 different ways, just with a small force. So I think that's pretty cool. All right, so I'm gonna save this, and we're gonna go test it out. I'm gonna test out my map. Is there any unit you guys want to see? Any special units? I'll show the list, because I have to go test it anyways, so I can load in any of your favorite units. For Prussia, they have Itzenplitz, von Preußen, Lenoble, Heinrich von Preußen, Winterfeld, Death's Head Hussars. Austria's got Deutschmeisters, Ochtenkanner, Green Loudon, Alt Medina, Cuirassiers. Russia's got Kievskis, Munich, Serbskis, Priebensky Lifeguards. The British have got Campbell Highlanders, Hanoverian, Coldstream Guards, Royal Horse Guards. French have got Royal Scots, DuPont, Grenadiers of France, French Guards, Swiss Guards, Musketeers the Guard. Are there anybody that you saw, even someone I didn't name, but that you guys want to see? Because I need to test out a map. All right, so I'll go to debug settings. You want to see Coldstream Guards? I'll put them in. Let's see here. There you go. Coldstream Guards are in. You want the Swiss Guard as well? Let's grab the Swiss. Someone said Priebensky Guards. Campbell Highlanders. Musketeers of the Guard. You want the Lenobles and then an artillery unit. Okay, I'll do Lenoble and artillery and that's it. You want like Shuvalov's howitzers? I'll grab those. They're going to be so busted. I have not balanced their artillery yet. They're probably going to annihilate a unit in one shot, but let's go see. Okay, let's load in. Yeah, the Shuvalov howitzers are going to obliterate. Because the artillery damage is way overtuned right now. Okay, so here's our map. Here we are. And then our enemy is going to be up here. So, they have got Dragoons. They have got Hungarian Hussars. They have got Austrian Fusiliers. Oh, there's the Lenoble Jaegers, which are broken currently. That's awesome. I have to remember to fix them. Thank you for... They're the only elite unit of the 50 that I forgot to finish. There we go. Okay, well, we'll fix those later. We can fix them today on stream if you guys want, if you remind me. I can fix them right after this. Just remind me. We have the Coldstream. These guys are cool because they get the blue trousers, too. Ignore the Colonel's color because I have the faction set as Prussia, so all the Colonel's colors are going to be Prussian. Because we picked all different nationalities of units. Then we have the Swiss Guards. Here they are. Then we have the Pribensky Life Guards. Damn, they look cool. I like that. Their flag is actually really nice. Look at the gold on the edges of it as well. It's nice. We have Campbell's Highlanders. Those guys are pretty cool too. Then we have the Musketeers of the Guard. Then we have regular Prussian Dragoons. And then we have Shuvalov's howitzers, which are going to be disastrous. Oh god, the range. Yeah, the range is pretty spectacular on this as well. Let's set these guys up. They don't like being... They break. Oh, damn. Did I break them already? No, they're not broken, but the range cone is stuck. Okay, let's have them fire. Yeah, if I deploy them in... If I put them down in deployment, it messes up. See, there's a little camera shake. It's kind of cool. Alright, let's see where those cannonballs are landing. Yeah. So, oh gosh, that has annihilated 255 men in one set of shots. Those cannonballs, they probably bounced all the way out. Actually, howitzers don't bounce. Yeah. The howitzers don't have any bounce to them. The field guns do, though. Oh, they're already breaking. Yeah, they're gone. Yeah, Shuvalov's howitzers are a little too powerful. They're a little too powerful. Can we pack these guys up? Stop moving. The limber buttons are reversed right now. There we go. Let's get them out of there. What's the AI doing? Okay, good. I think they're in shock because their one unit just exploded. Did Shuvalovs shoot a ball? I thought they only used grape shot, buckshot. They actually have their own round designed for it. It's like a puck. Like that. It's like an ovular shaped cannonball. Yep. Oh, they're advancing. The enemy is pushing on me. Okay, let's form a battle line and destroy them. I'm in fast forward mode. That's why everybody's going really fast right now, by the way. Okay. Damn, the range is so short on these guys. I guess it's not... When you go top down, it looks pretty long, but when you tilt the camera like this, it looks like the range is so tiny. Like they can't even shoot to the end of the farm field. But the Brown Bess, I don't have good range on it. Notice the two differences in the range. The Charleville, I gave extra range, but the Brown Bess, I gave higher accuracy. So it kind of represents like the smaller musket balls you put in a Charleville that fire a little bit further, and then the Brown Bess have larger rounds that deal more damage. Just a gamification, of course, but I just want to make it feel different. Why did you decide to replace fixed line and column formation with a right click plus drag? I asked people what they preferred, and they preferred being able to draw out their own formations. So, I don't know. Column still does something, by the way. If I look at my speed, it's 1.7. If I go into column, it will increase. So column still does something. Look, it's now 2. Was it 2.3 before? I forget what it was before. Here, there's 2.3 in column. Let them finish moving. Is that right? Yeah. And then if I form a line, it goes to 1.5. So you can see the difference there. I don't know what's going on. There's no square formation because it's really hard to implement. And anytime I would try putting it in the game, everyone would tell me square formation was never used historically and that they're not going to buy it because of that. So I said, all right, if it's difficult to do and you're going to complain about it, I'm just not going to do it, even if it was used historically. Because I'd rather not just unnecessarily piss people off. We're running our lifeguard forward. There's a couple bugs you guys are going to notice too right now. There's a lot of things that still need to be refined. Like, look at the animation, they're walking in place. It's because an error was thrown early in the battle. Because I selected something that broke the game. So things are still mostly working, but there were a couple of things I broke. And there's a melee. The flags also leave the regiment, and that's because... a melee happened, and the melee breaks the flags currently. That's a new bug. But these are relatively simple, to be honest. It's not like a unit glitches out and flies across the map, or like the game crashes completely or something. They're just like little bugs here that just need to be refined. We still have several months to fix those, so I'm not worried. We also can't pursue in melee right now, so they're like, how do we pursue them? So that's the next thing we got to work on at the end of this month. Uh-oh. Being countercharged. This works, like cavalry on cavalry combat. They're stabbing at each other. But you just can't pursue an already retreating unit right now. It's disabled. Also, the retreat path is going the incorrect direction. It retreats into the enemy somewhat. So there's just a couple little things that need to be fixed. But we're getting pretty close. Like, you can see the battle systems. You got, like, smoke that rolls over the battlefield. We got muzzle flashes. The units can form their formations. They've got the morale system and reloading, and... I think like that firing animation looks pretty nice. So yeah, we're pretty close. Just need a little bit more work. A couple months. Ouch. Ouch. That's satisfying to like hit the charge, they immediately break, and you get the big victory thing. There's something very satisfying about that, actually. But yeah, I think this map is good because you get that big open area to fight in. I do really like that. And if it's used as a small map, like that, then I'll show you what it looks like. Someone said, how come French Fusiliers have the same morale as French Grenadiers? I don't know where he's seeing that. These are French Grenadiers. Let me see. Let's see. Oh, is he saying French Fusiliers have 1, 2, 3 bars of morale? The old guard have 1, 2, 3 bars of morale. I don't know why that's the case. Let's see. French Grenadiers have got 50 morale. French Fusiliers have 35. So they actually don't have much higher morale. I think the French just in general don't have good morale. Yeah, 9 veterancy is currently the max. What do you guys, do you guys prefer 9 veterancy as the max or 6? What sounds better? I've literally changed it back and forth over and over again. 9 veterancy feels a little awkward. It's like a very high number of veterancy to get to, but you did have 9 veterancy, I'm pretty sure, medieval too. You had 3 bronze, 3 silver, and 3 golds. That was 9 veterancy tiers you can go up. And the other thing is, if we do 9 veterancy, I can make the unit tree a little more dynamic. So instead of, right now, if your max veterancy is 6, then upgrading to line infantry for all nations has to be like 3. But if it was 9 is the max veterancy, then the British might require 4 veterancy to get to line infantry, and the Prussians might require only 3, for example. When you have a larger number to work with, it's a larger gradient to balance things on. But 6, that's your full gradient of variety of upgrades, is just that. Whereas 9, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, you have a lot more variety to balance upon. Because at the moment, all the unit trees, pretty sure I put them here. Yeah, look. To get a Fusilier, it costs 2. To get a Grenadier, it costs 4. And that's it. And then to get a Fusilier or a foot costs 2, to get a Grenadier costs 4. It's always the same. So 9 could give you a little more room to balance it. Like maybe the British have higher quality troops, so you might want to make it 4 to get the foot and then 6 to get a Grenadier. That being said, 9 is a messy number. Like it's very large. I feel like 6 might be more impactful. I thought it was just a stat buff, but it looks like veterancy also gives upgrade points. Yeah, you can choose to spend your veterancy to reform the unit. Oh, hold on one second. Hold on. All right, I'm back. My dog was like hacking downstairs. I wasn't sure if he was choking or throwing up, neither of which would be ideal. So we need to go check on him. But he was just sitting there just hacking, so I don't know. Maybe he's got hair in his mouth. Why did I load back in? Oh, to show a small version of the map. So this is the same exact map, but this is on the small version. So you know how you can see here I spawn a little bit forward. You still get that kind of like open area, but now the fight is mainly actually centered over this village. Why don't we go fix the Lenoble Jaegers, because the data got lost for them and I've got to redo them. Also, can you guys remind me, can anybody here remind me, I need to go set the data for that map to add like cover and stuff like that. And then while I... I'm not even going to be biased. I'm just going to say, do you prefer 9 or 6? 6 is a little cleaner, but you get a little less balancing differences between the upgrade trees. And then 9 is a little messier because it's just a lot of veterancy. But you do get more depth in the unit tree system, I think. Ignore my Shrek Grenadier here. Let's find the Lenoble. There's going to be a bunch of visual crap that does not look good. Just don't worry about it. Obviously, this is not going to be in the game looking like this, okay? Most units will look like that. Also, ignore the fact that the hat is like inside the head. It's just a glitch in the map editor, or sorry, the unit editor. It doesn't actually look that way in the game. The hat is in a normal position in the game. So it's just like little glitches on the development side. Feldjägers look like this. And then Lenoble looks like that. Okay, so let's fix that. Let's go ahead and grab the Feldjägers. And let's find a picture of Lenoble's Jaegers. I'm certain there's a, they look really cool, actually. They look like Fry Infantry Jaegers. They look like that a little bit. Yeah, I'm going to change the uniform a little bit. There's a picture of these guys on an Osprey book. I just don't know where it is, so I'm just going to use this. Because I already know what this looks like. So go with this color for the shirt. Let's see how that looks. That's kind of cool. It's like a brighter green. Just makes them a little more unique. Yeah, I like that. I think the green could probably be the same color. Well, it might be. Let's try this color for it. Let's just see how it looks. So that's what it normally looks like. It's almost yellowish. And then the new one is going to look more like that. Which I think that looks good. Facing color. I need to find... Let's do Kronoskov, the Noble Jaegers. There we go. Perfect. This is what I'm looking for here. I don't really like this green quite as much. I actually prefer the other green. So I'm going to go with this color. There. And then I'm going to go with the color that Chronoscoff recommends for this part. There. That's what Chronoscoff kind of recommends. And then the hat is different. So the hat has this. Good. The facings, there's no collar technically on the uniform. I don't believe. So I may remove the collar like that. And then the uniform looks more like this. And the vest color is the same. So it'd be like that. And then the player cannot edit this uniform because it's historical, so I'm going to remove the editing privileges from the player. And that, to me, is the Lenoble Jaeger. Looking at those. I don't think there's really anything else I have to add for him. No, I think he's good. Facial hair is fine. Boots are fine. Face is good. Collar's fine. Any straps? Maybe one big crossbelt would be nice. Like that. And then I would do... I'm going to just try to mix a color here that I like. It's a little more yellowish. Let's try that. I like that. That looks nice. That's perfect. Maybe I should give him another cross like this. And then that second cross can be brown. Like that. That's pretty cool. Because it kind of looks like how this guy did it on the miniature, where they have one big crossbelt and then a little brown strap. I think that looks pretty cool there. So that will be our Lenoble Jaeger. Lenoble, right? Yeah. Good. So now we'll save our project. We'll do bust. Get the Lenoble uniform in. Go into... I'll push the battle scene because I may have changed it. Does the core mechanisms like moving, firing, combat smoothly? I believe they are, Tsao. I'm pretty happy with how they've come out. Right now it's a little buggy. There's some things that have broke. But I will show you what it looks like. I'll show you what it looks like briefly. I fixed the uniform for Noble, so I also just want to go test that. Okay. Yeah, let's go take a look at Lenoble. There they are. So those are the Jaegers that we just made. See how I told you the uniform was going to correct itself? And these guys actually should be in open order. I don't know why they're not. They should be like that. There. Those are the Jaegers that we just customized. And so what I also need to do is go make sure in factions that the Lenobles are classified as light infantry, which I don't believe they are. Oh, they are. Oh, that's odd. Okay, then we check templates and go to Lenoble. And they are classified as light infantry. Yeah, that's odd. Oh, I think the AI doesn't deploy in open order right now. They don't use it because they're an AI unit. Okay. Yeah, I'll show you, Cao, what like just a gunfight would look like. So first we'll have these guys march up. So you can see them marching. I can also tell them to run. You can see them sprint to position. And then we'll walk to the battle line. The enemy is going to get ready to fire. I'm shooting. You can see the smoke that's generated from the gunfire. The enemy's going to form up. They're addressing their ranks because they just took casualties. And then they're going to fire back in a moment. Ready, fire. And then we took casualties. And we dress ranks after we took casualties there. And then that is basically a gunfight. You can also go in and charge. You probably want to walk to the charge because you don't want to exhaust your men. So if you hover over them, you can check their fatigue. They're fresh. But you don't want to get them exhausted. You want to wait till you're a little closer. And they'll automatically do that. See how they're walking? And then once they come into certain range, they're going to pick up the speed and start charging. So it's kind of like that Barry Lyndon scene where they're all walking. Look, now they sprint. Because you don't want to waste your stamina. Notice as I'm sprinting, see how the stamina just went down? And it's going to go down to 49. Yeah, see, it's going to start going down. Then when I get into melee, it'll go down again. Oh, gosh. Yeah, let's see who dies here. Actually, it wasn't even that bad. The casualties weren't even that bad from that shot. And they get into melee. I don't know who's going to win this. I think I'll win. Just barely won that with the Coldstream Guards. We'll reform the line. But yeah, the melees are very quick and brutal. They don't last very long. We'll reform these troops. Get them back. But yeah, those are all the dead. Again, the flags are broken right now. Just ignore that. That'll be fixed. But that's like a little fight there. We have to set data for the map. So let's go to the map editor and set it up. Okay. Do they use pistols and melee? No, they do not. They do not. Okay. So we are going to set up data. Let's do the forests first. So I'm pretty sure I can click into this and do forest, yeah. I'll go back over these in a sec to change them to forest, because currently they're set to grassland, but I don't want to have to keep stopping to change them. But this is how the game knows to give you terrain effects. So it'll also slow you down a little bit when you're in a forest, but then it gives you some cover. And then the last thing that's really cool, I think you guys will like this, is your troops get decreased accuracy when they're in a forest. So some other games will just like give you a cover bonus, I guess. But you get the cover bonus, but you're less accurate. So if you stick all your troops in the forest, you're just not going to be as effective. But you are reducing the enemy damage that's coming in. So it does still help you, but you're just not, you are not the most effective because some of your troops are blocked by trees. There are little stone fences and fortification Sao. You can see here there's like a little stone fence that will set as cover for your troops. And also, there are no big stone walls, though. There's not like forts that you can siege. But you can use deployables. You can do deployable like earthworks and that sort of thing. Are there any other forests that I missed? Elevation is a thing. Yep, I'm going to set the elevation data after this. In fact, we can do that next. What I do need to do, though, is define these as forests. Once I define these as forests, then we can move on to hills. Oh, Perix, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, Fire Maneuver is not the most polished game, but if you're enjoying that, then I definitely think you'll like this, because I think the combat system in this game is a lot more refined than in Fire and Maneuver, so if you do like that game, then it does mean that this one should just be better. You'll have more fun on it, I think. There, those forests are set. Now let's go switch over to elevation. So we take these hills. And I only really like doing the tops of the hills. I don't like doing the slopes, because I don't think you should be considered elevated if you're standing on the slope of the hill. So I only like to do the tops. I discovered your channel last week in games. Well, thank you, Stone. Thanks for hanging out and finding us. Watched all the devlogs. That's awesome. Thank you. Do you know about my main channel? Do you know about the Armchair Historian YouTube channel, or did you find this completely independently? Because I have another YouTube channel that I do. Oh, you don't know? Okay. That's interesting. That's cool that you don't know, that you found me kind of organically and not through my YouTube. The other channel is called The Armchair Historian, and it is animated history videos that I do. And I've been doing that for about 8 years now. And I'm transitioning to doing video games. So I'm eventually going to stop doing the channel as much. I don't want to quit doing it, but like, I don't want to do it full time. And, yeah, I'm moving over to focus on game design primarily. By the way, I'm kind of curious what would happen here. I'm not going to do this, but could I take a hill like this and make it gigantic like that, and then take another hill and put it on top of that and have like a double stack hill? That looks pretty natural, right? Like it slopes up. I mean, it's not that natural because it's like really steep, but it is interesting that you could technically make 2 tiers of hill to get like the really high point, which I've never experimented with before. I don't think I will because I don't think this game is about like. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I want like 2 tiers of hill. It'd be too much work and it really stretches the artwork. So yeah. Okay, so that's the elevation. There's the terrain. The next terrain we have to set are going to be villages. Let's see here. Buildings, yeah. So any area with enough buildings, we're going to mark. It's like that area is buildings, I think. This area, I'd consider buildings. Also, if it was like a farm area, what would I call this? Farmland? Let me check. Yeah, farmland. So let's define some terrain. Forests make you move by half and give you medium cover. And give a slight accuracy modifier reduction. Creeks, you move 0.25 and you get half your accuracy. Mud, you move by half and you're much less accurate in the mud. That's fair. Farmland, you're just slightly less fast. You just slow down a little bit. And it doesn't really impact your accuracy, I don't think. Would farmland impact your accuracy? Maybe negative 0.01 or 0.1, so 10% reduction when you're on a farm. Because some of your guys might be blocked by bocage and hedges and things. I don't think that's fair. Yeah, 10% reduction. I would almost imagine a forest would give you like a 20% reduction. I think marshes should be pretty rough. Like 0.25% is good. It should just be really tough going through marshes. Yeah, I almost imagine this should be 0.4 and that should be 0.5, so it really slows you down. And then mountain or buildings will slow you down to 0.75 and reduce your accuracy. Maybe your accuracy in a forest should be negative, like 30% reduction. And if you're in buildings, your accuracy should be reduced by 20%. The idea being that, like, obviously if you stood in a building, you're more accurate. But if you had 1,200 guys standing in this street here, the dudes in the back are blocked. You know, not everybody can be in the windows and around there. So you do get less accurate when you're, you know, if I stood a regiment in here like this, how are the guys in the back seeing through 3 different buildings to hit an enemy back there? So they're less accurate. But the incoming fire is also less accurate toward you because they're hitting the same buildings. Obviously, it should be more advantageous to be in the buildings. But yeah. Okay, so we have soft cover, medium cover, and hard cover. Soft, I would define farmland as soft cover. I would define forests as medium cover. And I would define buildings as hard cover. There. And I think that does it for the terrain. Yeah. So would this be farm or buildings? Probably, probably farm. And fenced in areas are probably... What do you guys think? Like, this farmland should be soft cover. I think that makes sense. What would you imagine this cover to be? Because you have a whole fence and field. Would that be like a medium cover? And then what do you think about stone? Do you think... I would imagine stone is hard cover because you could actually fully duck behind this and block a bullet. The wood, maybe a bullet gets caught, but it's still pretty vulnerable, so that's like medium. And then soft would be like bushes, like this, where it just blinds maybe it reduces some of the enemy's accuracy because they can't see you quite as well. I think that's kind of how I picture it. So if I were to do cover... These farms do seem a little small, yeah. Because you'd fit like half a regiment in it. If you had like Jaegers, though, they could actually use it pretty effectively. What is cool is it's a gradient. It's not like you stand in here and you immediately get 100% cover. It basically gives you cover for each model is sticking in there. So if you had a huge regiment and then you try to put them on here, only like, 20% of your guys are going to be in cover. So you're only going to get 20% of the cover bonus. So it actually scales automatically. Just trying to think... with like enclosed fenced in farmland. I might give... Yeah, I might give like fenced in areas medium cover. Like I think that would work. So for now, let's keep doing the villages, like populated areas. That's not... Here, this is a little village. Okay. I'd probably just include all of this, honestly. Because there's so many buildings here. Would I include this as a building area? I don't know. Damn, it's tough to know. There's only 2 houses there. That's mainly fields. That's a whole row, so it makes sense. This is a single building. What I'd probably do is define manual cover. And just say, hey, this area is medium. Are there any special items for close quarters combat or just hard cover from houses? I think just hard cover. I don't really have items for urban warfare or something. I don't really have that. Thing is, I don't like using manual cover because there's no downside to it. So I don't want to go that route. My question is, should this just be farmland? Or should it be building? You know what I could do? You know what I think I should do? Is it should go to terrain. This area is considered buildings. And then this is considered farmland. So it's a mix of cover. There. And now you get kind of two different flavors of cover here. I think that's kind of how I want to do it. Yeah, I like that. And now let's go define all the farms. We'll go define all the data at the end. For now, let's just set all this up. So you get a little bit of cover in the farmland. Sorry, it's a little quiet. This is very tedious, isn't it? That's me, by the way. I put the music on in case you're wondering where the hell that came from. Yeah, there's all the terrain on the map. It's pretty cool seeing that. Okay, that's all correct now. Now you have to do river. Also, I can't forget, I also need to do tents. If only part of a regiment is covered by terrain type that provides a bonus, will it apply it to the whole regiment or only those covers? It actually only provides it to those troops who are covered. So you are correct. It does not just give it to the whole regiment. Cool. So we got the tent set up there. All right, let's do some tedious work. You ready? We're gonna do something tedious now. By the way, I want a quick opinion. I don't know how many people are left. There's 30 of you here, right? Let me grab your guys' attention real quick, if you don't mind. We have two scenarios here that I want your opinions on. First, if you were to upgrade a regiment, I think it would be cool, just to make the game a little more challenging and interesting, if when you upgrade, you know, you normally have to pay, let's say this is like the musketeer, right? And you want to upgrade to a grenadier. You have to pay a veterancy cost. So it might be 4 vet to purchase it, to upgrade. And to become a musketeer, it may have cost 2 veterancy from whatever you were before, like a recruit. What if you also had to pay something in addition to that, because you're outfitting the men? Now the 4 manas we have are money, food, supply / ammunition, and manpower. Now put a pin in that real quick, because I want a secondary cost of what else do you pay besides veterancy. Let's put a pin in that briefly. The second thing I want to show you now, because this relates to that same question, okay, is with a unit like this, you see these item slots. I thought it'd be cool if you get the first 4 for free, but the next 4 you have to pay for. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Check this out. So let's say they're darkened. And then let's say it's a circle with, like, I don't know, a plus button. So you can pay for that slot, like this, you know? So this way you can give him an item like wooden stakes, right? And you might give him another item like tobacco. And let's say you give him some other items too, just other random items. You can't, you now have to pay for these slots to give him more items to hold. So this way it's like, you know, in strategy games they say playing tall. You have to, like, you can invest more money in this regiment, or you can just buy other regiments instead. So do you want this guy to become like a super unit, or do you just want a big wide army? But if you get a wide army, you probably can't pay for all those upgrade slots. So I like the trade-off there. Okay, so with that, right now, that should just have one cost associated with it. Like, what does it cost to buy a slot? So this would be one single cost. We don't want to do 2 manas. Okay, now let me put another pin in that really quickly, okay? The last pin is here. Every time you want to buy a division, this costs money. So if you want to open up a new division slot in order to buy units, you currently have to pay money for it. I don't think you should really have to pay anything else besides money. I think that mana is fine. But we currently use money to open division slots. The only reason I want to bring that up is just in case you wanted any additional context of where else money is being used in the context of camp organization, because it is being utilized to open up new divisions. So now when it comes to upgrading your unit and paying veterancy alongside one other cost, and also having a unit and paying for these equipment slots, what manas do you think? It could be money and money, right? You could open divisions with money, open equipment with money, and spend money to upgrade your units. We could go money, money, money with everything, right? Or one of those could be a different mana if we want to. So I'll just write this note here. Opening new division currently costs money. Just as a note, okay? And money is in yellow. And so the 4 manas are money, which money is technically limitless. You can technically keep selling stuff to towns. If you find loot, you can keep selling things over and over and over again. Food, there's a limit on. If a town runs out of food, it runs out of food, and that's it. Ammunition, there's also a limit on. If a town runs out of ammunition slash supply, I forget what I'm calling it, you can't buy any more. And manpower is the same too. Manpower is also limited. If you suck all the manpower out of a town because you lost all your men, you cannot go back there and get more manpower. It's a limited resource on each campaign map. So as John is saying, money is definitely the easiest thing to gain. It's kind of separated from everything else because you can liquidate almost anything into money freely. Okay, so now let's return to our original question. What should we charge for upgrading units, and what should we charge for opening equipment slots? And we could use the same mana twice. And in fact, we could use money for everything. That's an option. Or we could make it cost like supply when you upgrade a unit. I feel like manpower doesn't fully make sense to spend on veterancy. Manpower could make sense to open equipment slots, almost like you're adding staff to the unit. Like if I had wooden stakes, you have to have engineers. Or if I had tobacco, you have to have people like delivering those supplies. Or if I had a staff officer, you need to pay for that staff with men, I guess. Or money. It could work either way. So manpower could work there. It could depend on the unit. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't have it depend on the unit. I'd probably make it consistent. But manpower could work here. Supply could work here because you have to spend supply to open up these slots. Food doesn't really make sense to open equipment. And money does make sense for everything because you just spend money to get it. So I'm going to draw 3 green arrows because logically those could apply. Upgrading your veterancy, manpower doesn't make sense because what if you upgrade a unit from a big musketeer unit into a small field artillery unit? You don't need to spend manpower. So manpower wouldn't make sense there. Supply would make sense because you have to spend the supply to outfit the unit. Sure, that could make sense. Food, not really. No. And then money could. So I'd say ammunition and money could work for veterancy. Manpower, ammunition, and money could work for equipment. But I only want to pick one. Would be cool if better veterancy involved in ammunition cost. It makes sense given it would involve training. Yeah, that's ammunition could make sense, Tsunami, because you do have to train the men. So you spend your supply training them. So that could be interesting. And supply is a finite resource. So if you train the hell out of your dudes, you might not have enough ammunition to refill all your troops after a battle. And that's kind of a cool trade-off. Like if you want to really spend a ton of ammo and veterancy upgrading your troops and leveling them up into veterans, then you may not want to hire another regiment because if they expend all their ammunition, they might be empty. You have to keep them in reserve for the next battle. So that could make sense. But yeah, what are you guys thinking? Throw out your ideas. Let me just hear what you guys think. Does anybody have any explanations of how they would do it? I'm hearing crickets. No one has any thoughts or opinions on it? Oh, I don't want to do a poll because I kind of want people to just say what they think and we can kind of talk it out. I don't know if we need to poll it out. To me, solution 1 would probably just be to use cash for everything. You use money to do the slots, and then you use money to do that. That's option 1 for me. So option 1 is use money for both. It's probably the most intuitive. And John, I wouldn't do money and ammunition and veterancy for every unit upgrade. I feel like that's a lot. Because when you buy a unit from a shop or from a town, it just costs money. So then it wouldn't make sense to have to use 3 manas. Yeah. That's option 1. Option 2 is to use supply for veterancy and to use manpower for equipment slots. Which maybe the manpower could be explained by saying you're opening up parts of the regiment, you're adding staff. like regimental staff officers and musicians and things like that. So that could be interesting to have to spend that extra manpower on the regiment there. Option 3 could maybe be kind of a bit of a compromise, which could be use money for maybe use supply for veterancy and then use money for equipment. Option 4 could be to keep them unified in another way. You could do supply for veterancy, or for like unit upgrades, I mean, and supply for equipment. So supply just becomes a much more important focused mana there, where consistently, if you know you want to upgrade a unit, if you want to upgrade him internally or upgrade him externally into a new unit, you have to use supply anytime you want to do that. And so supply becomes a more interesting mana in that regard, potentially. I would say money for the unit upgrades, because wouldn't it make sense that you have to increase the men's wages? Yeah, that actually does make sense. If you're upgrading them, you've got to back that up with cash. That could make sense. Yeah, maybe it would be something like this. It would be like if you bought the unit at a shop, you could pay like $400 for this unit, or dollars, I should say. But if you upgraded him into a veteran, it's $200 and 2 veterancy. So he just needs a little combat experience and a little bit of money, or you pay a higher premium price up front and you get it instantly. So it's like a discounted but cheaper amount there. So that could make sense to have to spend. I know Mountain Blade does that too, so that might be intuitive to spend money on like their salaries to promote them in a way. Wouldn't wages be a consistent loss of cash instead of a one-time purchase? It would, but this isn't a simulator, you know, like we don't simulate that as it is. We simulate wages through provisions, which is like your food. Otherwise, you'd be spending food and cash every day. So we kind of lump that under 1 mana. So we yeah, we use provisions mainly for your upkeep costs, which encompasses wages too, sort of abstractly. Because I just didn't want a player to have to deal with 2 constantly draining passively losing manas, in addition to passively losing manpower and ammunition, having to refill that. And logistically, that's a bit like messy to manage, I guess. France is the exception. They do lose money as a passive mana. That's like a special quirk with France, because you have to pay extra money for your officers to support their lavish lifestyles. That the nobles kind of spend the money a bit frivolously. I cannot pronounce that word. Let me listen to Google say it. Frivolously. Okay, I didn't need Google for that. I don't know why I can't talk. Anyways, we could use money for both, supply for the unit upgrades and manpower for the equipment, supply for veterancy and money for equipment, or supply for veterancy and supply for equipment. I don't know. I don't know what I lean on. Supply for too much just might make you low on ammo all the time. That's what I'm thinking, John. I think if you doubled up on it, that would be kind of annoying. Because supply is a limited mana, so you would just be constantly out of supply, and it doesn't make sense to enter battles all the time with no ammunition. So I think I'd eliminate that option. I don't mind using it for one thing, but I don't think it should be used for 2. I agree. It would be too draining. So either we use money for both, supply for veterancy, and manpower for equipment, or use supply for veterancy and money for equipment. I think these are 3 good options. I could go either way. I'm really not sure. There is something that is appealing to me about option 2, because I think it's fun to have to spend your other manas on things. Like spending supply on upgrading your units makes you think like, do I maybe my guys go in with half ammunition instead of all full cartridges because I wanted to spend that ammunition on drilling my men and improving their reforming them into veterans. And that's kind of cool. I could also see it going the other way though, with like just using money to say that you're going to upgrade your troops and pay them a higher wage and just give them that upgrade. And then for equipment, it could be cool to either refill all your regiments, or maybe you don't want to refill the recruits. You want to disband them, liquidate their manpower, and then buy equipment slots for your better troops, which is almost to say that you took the recruits and then made them into staff to support your other more elite regiments, which could be kind of a fun way to mess with your mana. I don't know. Manpower makes sense for purchasing a new division, you're saying, John. Yeah, it could. The division starts empty, though. It's an empty division slot with nothing in it. But it does make sense that you have to, set up the horses and the firing ranges and instructors and the staff to kind of support that growth in your camp. But yeah, I think it's fun that we have 4 manas, and I don't want to make everything money. And food you only pay attention to once, supply you pay attention to once, manpower you pay attention to once. I do think it's fun to use these manas for other things, because currently we don't. But I don't want to force it in, so. But I'll take a note of what you said, that this could utilize or supply instead. But yeah, it doesn't seem like we can reach a consensus. I don't really have enough people voicing opinions on it, so I'm just going to have to decide on that later. Shouldn't you spend manpower on purchasing a new regiment because you're raising a new unit? Or is it thematically that they're already there and just join you? That's mostly what it is, Colonel. That's mostly what it is. The idea is that like there are men at the town. You take them in and bring on the men from that town while you raise them, and the cost is kind of factored in. You wouldn't be using reservist manpower from your camp to fill out the regiment, because that would just be creating a brand new regiment. But if you're physically going to a town to bring the men on, you just need to pay them to enlist them. So this play zone includes grassland, probably not a city. Towns are fine. Roads, forests, a river is fine. Hills. I wouldn't really say, I guess mountains are fine. I'll just toggle that on if there's hills. They'll be synonymous. No marshes. Okay. This one can be used for grassland, not really a city. Towns are fine. Roads. Yeah, you could say thickets there. There is a river technically, but it's on the peripheral. Hills, sure. Not really. There's not many hills, so I wouldn't say mountains, and not marsh. This one's got grassland. Definitely rivers. Definitely hills. You could say mountains and not marsh. Town, road, thicket, river, hill. Maybe mountain, and no, not a marsh. This one's got grassland. Because you're fighting centrally over that town, you could say city. Road, thicket. Not really a river. It's too far away. Hills, shore. Not really mountain. Yeah. This one, definitely grassland. Definitely town. Definitely road, thicket, river, hills. There's enough hills that you could say mountainous. Yeah. I don't have actual mountains, so I have to just define them sometimes as hills. Not really a city. Not really a town here. Roads. Kind of the thickets, but not really. River. Not really any hills. Not really any mountains. Yeah, that one's more plain. This one's got grassland. It doesn't really have... that city is on the peripheral. Probably say town then. Road, thicket, sure. Big river, definitely. Hills. And then this one's got grassland, town is fine. Road, thicket, hill, river, mountain. Yeah. So this one, the data is now set up and ready to go. Okay. I'm going to go into Zor, redo the tents, and I've got to redo the tents and what else? And then redo the data. So let's get rid of those. Let's take a look at the play zone. Actually, deployment. Good. Okay, redid the tents. Are the play zones defined? They are not. So this play zone, I would say grass, city, town, road. Yeah, thicket. No river, hills, mountain. No marsh. Okay. I'd say grassland, city, town, road. Not really thicket, no. Not really river. Hills, yeah, not mountain. This area is grass, city, town, road. Thicket for sure, no river, hill, mountain. Are cities guarded by armies in campaign? I'll make a note of it. I've been asked that question a lot, and I feel like we don't have that in right now, so I will add a note about it. There. City, town, roads, thickets, not a river, hills, mountain, sure. Good, I set that data. Ah, I never set the terrain for this, did I? So with the terrain zones, let's set up the farms real quick. Are the battles different against them? They're not, Viking. We don't have sieges. It's just field battles for this game. Total War Empire sieges were nothing to celebrate. Yeah, I did not like siege battles in that game. And that was made by a AAA studio with like potentially 100 people working on it or more. And we have 4 people working on our game, and I feel like if we tried sieges, it would end up hurting another part of the game. Or the sieges would just suck, but neither of those are good results. So I'd rather just not do it and just have a better game, I think. Siege battles are so boring. Yeah, I feel like siege battles can be interesting, but they're more of a strategic thing. Like, it's kind of rare for troops to go in and storm the castle, you know? Like, that's more of a medieval thing, and even in the medieval times, it's not really a common practice. I'm not saying it didn't happen, but it's just not like it's in the movies where you walk up to a castle, fire a few catapults, and a few days later everybody's running over the walls. Like, I feel like most sieges ended when the defenders starved out, or they were relieved from the attackers by another supporting force. So yeah, they're more strategic. Like, if you could spend time and money and stuff like building your siege camp and everything for months, like, that makes more sense. But that's a whole different type of game, I feel. Would we add Sweden and American colonial troops? Sweden is almost pretty much guaranteed at this point, but colonial America, I don't know about. I don't know if we'll get there. That might be too expensive, and I feel like the profit margins on a game like this are not... Again, not to make it about finance. I know there's always a fucking person losing their mind if I mention that money exists in the world. It's like, did he just mention the US dollar? I'm not trying to make the conversation weird or anything, but I'm just saying everything costs money, right? So adding one, like, I'm just thinking about the cost associated with that. You would need, like, music, a new campaign system. You'd need new campaign art. You'd have to change the random generation for the campaign art. You would need new village UI and town UI. You would need native villages versus European local villages. Like, there'd be a lot of systems that you would have to change to support that. And I don't know how realistic it is really anymore. It just feels a bit difficult for what it would be earning. And, like, I don't even know if it's that popular to begin with. Like, I feel like Sweden is more popular, and you basically need to do no work besides add their units to the game. Whereas you add in colonial America, and people may not even buy that DLC. And you just spent tens of thousands of dollars to try to make it work, and no one's going to end up buying it. How do I... Uh-oh. Interesting. Perfect. Okay, I fixed it. Yeah, I broke that little area, so. How long does it take to make a faction? It'd probably be a solid month of work. And it might be like, maybe it's like between be about a month of work, and it'd probably cost like $10,000 to add a faction, I think. And if the game costs $25, you would need 400 sales on the base game to cover that. Or let's say the DLC costs $10. How much would I reasonably price it at? So it costs 10,000 divided by 9.99. Yeah, I mean, yeah, just to get 1,000 sales on it, I guess. 1,001 technically. But I don't know. I think this game will probably get 5,000 sales in total. So to expect 1,000, 1 in 5 people to buy that DLC is actually already a little ambitious. We're still probably going to do it just because I want to add it to the game, and I don't think it's that hard because just 1 month of work is not that bad. But what kind of campaign would Sweden have? The campaign system is procedural. And so it wouldn't have any different of a campaign than any of the other nations. It just gives you a new country to play as with new units. But like, think even in, not that our game is similar to Empire Total War, but for example, if you asked what kind of campaign does Sweden have in Empire Total War, it's kind of the same campaign as all the other countries. It's just that starting position's different. And so that's kind of similar with ours. It's like you just have slightly different units and stuff. Okay. You've got a lot of viewers. Hell, you were featured in one of the upcoming RTS videos. I'd say your odds are good. Yeah, it just depends. I would honestly say Beans, and maybe my opinion will change after I release this game. I don't know, but you would be surprised how little most video games make. It is very rare. You would make money if you bet actively against all video games from making money. If you just took a bet and just pick 100 random games and say they didn't make a profit, you would make money on that bet. Because you need thousands and thousands of people not only to buy it but also to like it, and for the game to succeed in everything it's trying to do and be unique and stand out. It has to have good music, and it has to have good sound, and it has to have good graphics and good mechanics and good gameplay and a good loop. Yeah, most games fail, so we'll see. I'm not being pessimistic, I'm just saying. You can't get like your hopes up, I guess. Just because people cover your game, you shouldn't be like, oh, I guess I'm set. I'm good to go. They all love it. You always have to be careful about that. The weight of a forest should be 2. A creek should be, like, water should be at the highest. Mud should then be a 2.5. I'll say. How many? We have 5. 4. 3. And then farmland's probably at the bottom. Buildings should go over a forest. Yeah, 3, 2, 1. There. Let's go set the forests up. Just make sure I set the data correct. So far, MOC ticks all those boxes. Yeah, I don't know. Also, the worst thing is being that you can make the best game in the world, and it can check all those boxes, but if people just aren't in the mood for it, or like there just aren't enough people in the market for that type of game, then it just fails. Like you could make the perfect simulator of what it's like to be a guy who mows lawns, a gardener. But let's even narrow it down. You just mow lawns, right? And it could be the most detailed simulation with like an epic soundtrack and stuff, and no one will buy that. I'm not saying this game is like mowing lawns, right? But I'm just saying, I don't know. You just have to be careful, and that is not from a source of pessimism. I'm just saying it's good to be careful and make sure you are doing everything you possibly can, and you don't get too comfortable. Because if you're like, yeah, I'll do it, everyone will love the game and everything will be perfect. It could just be a bit dangerous, I guess. They made a simulator where you dig a hole and people went crazy. You are actually right, dude. You are right. They did do that, and it did do very well. It made, I think, probably millions of dollars, let's see. Or hundreds of thousands. Let's see how much it made. This game made $1 million. Yeah. That is $1 million game. Interesting. Okay, I think I did all the terrain data. I think I just have to do elevation next. And for whatever reason, everything has to be a level 2 hill, because level 1 doesn't do anything. So I just bounce everything around being a level 2 hill. How difficult would it be? How difficult would you say it is to develop a AAA game like Empire Total War? Are you saying what does it need? Detail that question a bit more. Does it need the better graphics, the same graphics? Can it have worse graphics? Is the campaign the same size? Is it slightly larger? Is it slightly smaller? You know, any details that you could provide would be useful for that question. Any additional details? I'm also wondering if I should do that underneath the camps. We'll go back to the other map to do it. I mean, graphics, effects, physics, unit models, mechanics, unit behaviors, 3D elements. Yeah, that is a... I bet you could do it if you had the right team for maybe $1 million. Let me think. I would say you're between the $1 to $2 million range. And I've never made a game like that before, so I could be off. But I bet you could do it. I bet you could come close to it for $1 million if you're really smart about it. If also, here's the thing, that $1 million estimate, if you could have like a foundation already laid for like the basic battle mechanics, maybe with like a smaller game first, that's going to save you a lot of time and a lot of money. And that $1 million should be perfectly reasonable to reach that. For reference in budget, this game is probably made on like, this game will probably, I'll probably have spent $200,000 to make it. So think of like 5 times the budget of this game. And I think that's fairly reasonable. That's where I'm saying maybe to $1 to $2 million range, because it'd probably be even more ambitious than 5 times bigger than this. Also, it doesn't scale. There is diminishing returns, and also certain costs do become exponentially higher though, depending on the types of cost and like what you're paying for exactly. Like music wouldn't really exponentially scale. I think the music budget for this game would actually be pretty similar for a music budget of a game like that. Maybe you just double it. So instead of spending a couple $1,000s, now you're spending like $10K, and you could probably spend $10,000 to $20,000 for a really good budget, probably, or a really good soundtrack, I should say. Okay, let's check the terrain. Yeah, check out all the terrain and everything. That's all set. I think this map is ready to go, so I'll save it. He talked about a World War II game. I have really never worked on one. Me and one other guy messed around with like a little tech demo of what a World War II game would look like for about a month and then dropped it. We never really, yeah. Theta Stream says, I like the stream, but you should make it taper off. You mean I should just make it end? I am not, to be honest, guys, I'm not doing this for you. I'm kind of doing it for me because this work is tedious and I am alone. And it just gives me someone to talk to while I work. So even if there's one person here, it still just makes it more interesting than doing this in complete and utter silence. So, yeah. What about my poor mother is hanging out with my wife, and they're gossiping and drinking cocktails right now. So I think my mom and my wife are fine. They're having fun. I like the stream, but you should make it. Oh, you mean the stream? I can't make it taper. I have to just add a tree there. Because look how it works. There, that's a river. That's all I can do. That's about it. So I have to just add trees to kind of phase it out. That's the best I can do, unfortunately. I think I'll save this here though. And we'll go to the next map. I don't know much about coding, but how do you spend $200,000 on a game? Well, it's about hiring a team. If you were to hire a team of minimum wage McDonald's workers, okay, how much do you make a month at McDonald's? Okay, let's say you had a $2,000 salary, and you want a coder, probably a second programmer for like a battle and a battle system with one coder and a campaign system with another coder, which, by the way, they're on a McDonald's budget. And then you want an artist for UI, and then you want a 3D modeler, and then maybe a texture artist, and then you want an animator, and then you want a game designer, and then you want a QA guy, quality assurance, and then you want a sound designer, and then you want an extra coder who's maybe an intern who can implement sound design and handle, like, he could do sound design, maybe like localization. And then you need a musician to create the soundtrack. And then who else do you need? And then maybe a director to manage the whole project, to keep everybody on track and keep deadlines, right? So we add one of those. And we are now at $24,000 a month. And $24,000 a month across maybe 2 years of development, you've spent $500,000 with a McDonald's team. Okay, so yeah, it's for each year, you're spending $288,000 a year. And these are McDonald's salaries, okay? If you want a realistic salary, each of these people, how many 2000s did we do? We did 12. So 12 times like a $6,000 salary or more is $72,000 a month, which across 24 months, you've now spent $1.7 million. That's where I'm getting the Total War. If you ask me about to develop a Total War style game and people are on like a $7,000 a month budget, which some of those people might be on a $4,000 or $3,000, and then some people might be on a $10,000. So you can reallocate. Not it would average out. Not everybody gets $7,000 a month. There might be one person who actually does get $2,000 a month because he just is contracted to do one basic job for part-time work and then leaves. So then that frees up that money to give it to another salary. A QA guy, yeah. A designer is a person who designs all the systems, because if you have a programmer and the programmer has to be in charge of writing all the code, would you want that programmer? He only has 5 days he's working this week: Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, Thursday, Friday. When he comes into work, do you expect the guy who's good at coding to go in and design like a loot table or balance stats or how fast? Like, for example, this. This is actually a content designer. So I'm actually conflating two jobs. So this is actually a second job. So in addition to the designer who's going to design systems, so for example, like who types up, let's see here, game development, game design. Yeah. So these are design documents. So there's one person who's going to have to go in and say, for example, as a designer, how does morale work? So when the programmer comes in, he doesn't have to design what is shattered, what is routing, what is wavering, morale stats. How does the math? What are the calculations and what are the formulas that are used to determine morale? For example, I mean, look at the stat that determines charging. You ready for the formula that we do for a unit charging? Here's the mathematical formula. Look, that is the mathematical formula that I had to create for the programmer, so that when he logs in to work, he does not need to make this math himself. That is a designer's job. Then a game, like a content designer, would do this. See all the units I have here and all their stats and how fast do they reload? What is their stamina? What's their running speed? What's their morale speed? All of this would be a content designer. So those are actually two separate jobs. I'm conflating it into one job, which I'm just calling game designer, which is a lot to put on one person's shoulders. In the same way that if you had one person coding the entire battle system, that's a lot to put on one person's shoulders. So speaking of, if we go back to this original calculation, I did this calculation, by the way, assuming you had one programmer handling the entire combat system. If you want to add in another $72,000, actually, let's divide it. You want to add in another $72,000 salary for a content designer and another $72,000 salary, or maybe $100,000 for a senior developer to help out with the combat system that you need to fix. Now we're getting up to there. And if you need any other content designers, like who's going to make all the maps for the game? So now we add, let's say, a $56,000 salary. And again, this might take 2 or 3 years time. So let's say it takes 2.5 years. Now we're looking at $2.7 million. And this is still a small team. This is like 10 people. That's not monthly. That is a year. This is a year calculation. $2.7 million in a year you spend. I'm sorry. No. $1 million a year across 2.5 years. It's 2.7 million. This is assuming you have one senior developer on the team, by the way. You have to multiply $72,000 by 12. No, $72,000 is your yearly earnings. So when I was adding $72,000, I was tacking that on to the math might be a little wrong. The math had maybe already been inflated. Either way, we're not coming up with a precise number at the moment. But yeah. When a regiment is fleeing from battle, do they run at their charging speed or another speed? They run at their running speed. How do Total War games cost tens of millions or hundreds of millions of dollars? Well, games that cost hundreds of millions of dollars, they have maybe I'm talking about a game with 10 developers. Games that cost hundreds of millions of dollars have hundreds of developers and an entire studio and a whole office, and they have entire teams of quality assurance, entire teams of environmental artists, entire teams of AI developers. So I was saying my $2 million budget is having 2 guys build the battle system alone. You might, if you're talking about like a combat system, you might have 3 people working on AI, 3 people working on the combat flow, 3 people working on exterior systems and like level ups with your character, 2 people working on a skill tree. Like now you're really you can very easily spend hundreds of millions of dollars on a big game like that. Tens of millions of dollars is reasonable. I can understand why a game might cost tens of millions to produce where you need big teams. Hundreds of millions is a little ridiculous. Hundreds of millions, that's usually negligence. Depending on the game size, of course. Like Grand Theft Auto 6 will cost hundreds of millions, if not, hundreds of millions of dollars. But if you're trying to create like a Total War style game and you spent $100 million, then you screwed up. So yeah. Did you play Sid Meier's Gettysburg? I know of it, but I never played it. Those games were released when I was a teenager. Was my favorite game. The graphical style reminds me of your game. Yeah, I've definitely heard of it. I've definitely seen it. And that art style also inspired another game, if you're familiar, Billy, with Ultimate General Civil War. So if you look at this, and then we take a look at Ultimate General Civil War, that is also very similar with just better graphics. But yeah, mine's a little dim right now because it's the time of day. There's a little brighter. But yeah, there's a little similarity. Mine's a little warmer, and like mine kind of feels like an old painting a little bit with like the colors are more yellowish and toned down. It's almost more like sunset. But that also just has to do with the time of the day and the post-processing effects that are currently enabled. I can easily brighten this up and make it feel like noon or something. Okay, this map is done. I'm going to save it one more time, and I'm going to move on to the next map. Ultimate General shutting down is really insane to me because the Ultimate General Civil War game likely made multiple millions. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if that game made like 5 million plus or something in net revenue, not gross. Let's go back to Zor real quick. Also, they were bought by that Chinese publishing, or I don't think it's Chinese, it might be Swedish. Apparently, that company focuses on mobile games, and they bought up Ultimate General, which doesn't do mobile games, and it was kind of a bad fit. But I believe, I could be wrong, but I believe they bought them for $20 million. It's shutting down because they tried making Ultimate General American Revolution and took 8 years to develop it, which is kind of a problem. I'm not saying I know their situation, but it almost gives me the impression that they made their 20 million and just really took their time because they were rich at that point. Like, why would you need to, like, we are sprinting to get this game out because I don't have the money to sustain the studio for years. Like, I barely can sustain the studio as it is. I'm funding this with my personal salary. I don't earn a salary right now because it all goes toward to fund the studio. But if you made $20 million, you can really take your time. But also, if you've got people who own your studio or your series, and they want to see a profit, and you took too long and you didn't sell enough copies, you're screwed. Like this game, look, it got 20% positive and only got 700 reviews. This thing probably needed like 5,000 reviews to be profitable, and it only got 720, so it really did not do as well as they expected. I now need to go back and update my old maps with the terrain data. Okay. Cover zones need to be deleted. Clearing out all the cover zones. Because previously, I'll just explain to you guys what I'm doing. See how this says cover zones? I just defined manual cover here. So I said, that's cover, that's cover, that's cover. This gives you hard cover. That gives you soft cover. This gives you that. This gives you this. And the issue with that is if you are moving through a town, would you expect your guys maybe to move slower? Or would you expect your guys to be maybe less accurate if they're in a forest? And also receive cover at the same time. So there's more things that happen than just giving them cover. So I'm actually clearing out all the cover here, and I'm going to replace it with dedicated terrain zones that compact with other data. So now if I reset that data, instead of just manually setting cover, I might define an area as being a farm. And if I define an area as being a farm, not only does it allow me to make that farm do other things, like reduce your accuracy or reduce your speed while you move through crops, but also what's really cool about it is a farm is defined on a Google Sheet. And if I think farms are too powerful, I go to my Google Sheet and say anything that is tagged as a farm gets 20% cover instead of 30. And I press one button and suddenly every map is updated because it's reading from that data. Whereas if I hard set and manually define every particular area as this is soft cover, this is medium cover, that's soft cover, that's hard cover on the map itself, if I want to change the farms, I would have to manually load up every single map and change that data one by one. And not only that, that data doesn't even give you any of the other modifiers like slowing your units down or adjusting their accuracy. So yeah. Okay. Let's go through and define terrain. Why not have it based on the formation? You do, that does happen in addition to this. So if you're in a column, you move faster and you have less firepower. Also, if you're in a really deep column, you lose morale if you're shot at. But if you're in like a medium column, like sort of an attack column, you actually don't lose much morale when you're shot because the guys feel safer. But if they're in a marching column, they start to feel vulnerable when they're shot at. So the formations actually change based on density in addition to being affected by terrain. Yeah, right now I'm just doing all the farms. There's actually a lot of farmland on this particular map. I hope this game is successful for you guys. I'll promote it as much as I can in my friend group. We need more games like this. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. I hope it does well, too. You never know, but we're working as hard as we can on it. I have a better feeling about it than I had with Fire and Maneuver at the same time. Like, before Fire and Maneuver released, I felt very nervous about it. I didn't really feel like it was a good game. But I don't feel the same way about this one. The only thing that makes me feel nervous about this one is that Fire Maneuver had a much larger following. Like, I had way more wish lists, I had more viewers, I was more popular. I had a lot more going on in terms of that for marketability.
So maybe my only fear is that even if this game did do well, not enough people would even really check it out. But we'll see. I don't know if you guys think this is accurate, but I've always thought that games in a niche space like this don't need a ton of marketing because people who like these types of games tend to find them. Does that make sense? Like, if you are a racing fan, would you need to watch advertisements to know what all the racing games are? Or do you just know as soon as a racing game's announced, you find your way to, like, that's your thing, right? So if you like Total War style games, like I personally own every Ultimate General game. I own all the Cossack games. I've played Scourge of War. I own every single Total War game. Like anytime I have Grand Tactician as well. Anytime one of those games comes out, I just get it. And maybe you're not the type of person who buys those games, but at least you're aware of it, right? Like if you're into linear warfare games, you're probably aware of all of the linear warfare games that are out, or just about all of them, besides the really niche ones that might be a little glitchy or just not very fun or didn't review well. You might not know those. But any of them that reviewed half decent, you probably are at least aware of without needing a giant advertising campaign in your face. It doesn't hurt, but I feel like in terms of marketing, you don't need to spend a ton on a game like this. If I was making a co-op, what's like a big co-op party game or something like that, I feel like a lot of those games have been coming out lately. So you'd probably need a good marketing budget, right? How would you keep track of all of the ones that are coming out? I was just looking for a co-op game to play with my wife, and we're just kind of overwhelmed by choice. So advertising really helps show you which are the good games, which ones have budgets. They show off the features better. Like we were watching trailers to determine which game to get, and the game that just had a cooler trailer ended up convincing us. But that's all marketing budget. Like it may not even end up being a better game. They just marketed it well. But with games like this, I feel like the same thing doesn't necessarily apply. Am I making sense? Yeah, I take a lot of time to look for games I like. Hopefully the historical gamer covers it. I am in conversation with him. I think he will cover it if the game is half decent. Are the Cossack games worth it? I don't really think so, because they're more RTS focused with like base building, and I don't really play linear warfare games for base building. Like I just want to lead the army and watch all the troops march and assemble the men and have the flags and the drums, and like that's kind of why I play it. I don't really want like a fast-paced RTS with base building. And the Cossacks tends to do that, not always. I think they do have like scenarios where they don't do that, but yeah. I don't know. The thing I fear is the reputation of Fire Maneuver will taint the popularity of MOC. I think that is guaranteed to happen. And even worse, Marco, I think it is very likely that we get review bombed of people just with 0.1 hours in the game who just say, you abandoned Fire Maneuver. And they say nothing about actually Master Command. They just leave a negative review because of Fire Maneuver. I can definitely see that happening. And trying to push the review score down. And, it is what it is. If they do it, they do it. And there's nothing I can really do to stop that, so... So they're more like Age of Empires. They're kind of like Age of Empires in a way, yeah. That's the one thing that turned me off is like I would go in and I'd want to do like a big linear warfare battle, but I'm sitting there like building up an economy. Also, the economy system's not great. Age of Empires 4 and Age of Empires 2, I really love their economy systems, like the way you base build and the scaling. They're actually done excellently. I don't really like the Cossacks base building. You start off with like 100,000 resources of everything, so you have no scarcity, and you just spam buildings down there built almost instantly. And they're also city buildings. The architectural style are cities. So you are building your village out of nothing, and the first things that you erect are giant city buildings with like 6 stories. And you're like, huh, that's weird. So there's a couple things about the base building I just don't really like. I think you can get pretty big and epic looking battles in that game, but I never really got to that point because I just don't like the base building. Do you think it's possible to link farmland assets to terrain types so you don't have to manually mark them? Ivan, that's a good idea, but the unfortunate thing is that the farmland is based on a texture, And I don't think we really like this is all texture, with a paintbrush, and we don't really have a system to support textures on the ground, reflecting terrain. That'd be a little bit more advanced. It's possible to do, but I'd have to pull my developer off for a week and like have him create a system for that. And would I rather have him build out like a good AI system or spend a week doing this instead? You know, I'd rather him do that, and I'm fine taking on some of the tedious tasks. Humankind, I think the AI is far along enough that we're pretty much good to go with how it is. It is an interesting idea, though, to have AI that's based off of ChatGPT, where ChatGPT is like told updates of the situation and then has to direct like the AI. That's an interesting way of doing it. I imagine there's going to be some games that try doing that at some point. Like imagine the AI, all the AI does is it can move things around and relay information, but it doesn't do its own planning. It doesn't really know how to respond to situations, but all it can do is just move stuff around and relay. And then you have like an AI like ChatGPT or something set up, or some kind of AI model. And the AI is relaying information to the ChatGPT, and the ChatGPT is telling it what moves to make. Like that would be kind of an interesting. That's very advanced, and I don't know any game that's done that before, but it'd be interesting to see a game try that. It almost feels like. Do you guys often compliment AI in strategy games? Viking, you cannot go inside of buildings, no. Do you guys often compliment AI, or do you usually complain about AI in strategy games? Most people complain, right? Most people are like, the AI sucks in this game. AI can't form a front line in this game. The AI doesn't challenge me in this game. Or the AI cheats, right? I'm sure you've said that before. So here's something that I'm thinking about. Do you guys remember early 2000s chatbots? Where like the way AI would work back then is that someone would manually code a set of questions and responses to those questions. So if you asked, how are you, you have to manually code in. If someone writes, how are you, you write back this answer or this array of possible answers and randomly choose from it. Everything is hard coded. If it says this, you do that. But the thing is, language is fluid. And language is complex, and you have to have, how does it remember previous parts of the conversation? So you also have to like account for that and hard code every possible response and question. Do you remember that old video game that came out where you're diffusing an argument between a married couple? I forget what it was called. It had a French name. I forget the name of it. But that's all, every kind of question and response has to have a manual piece of text written in for it. Facade, that's it. Yeah, it's called Facade. And people used to talk about AI chatbots and are they really artificial intelligence? Are they really sentient? And everyone's like, obviously not, because a coder went in, wrote 1,000 possible questions and 1,000 possible responses. All it is, it's not thinking for itself. All it is reading your question and then choosing a response. Nowadays, all of a sudden, in a couple years, ChatGPT is like self-learning off of everything that's ever been written on the internet and can do complex problem solving and is actually responsive in a way that is truly intelligent. It's still got problems, but it is actually intelligent. It is not it is not being hard-coded. Oh, if somebody asks this, say this back. No. It's actually scraping information all across the internet, learning how conversations work, learning languages, and then responding accordingly. Okay, so my whole point is, in the same way that we went decades with crappy AI that was hard-coded, and then within 2 years, AI became this ultra-dynamic, intelligent thing that you can now rely on, and it is at this point replacing jobs. Couldn't the same thing happen with video game AI, but just a couple years delayed? So we've gone decades with like, if the player crouches, you need to go attack them. Or if the player moves left, you need to strafe right. Or if the player throws a grenade, you need to run away. Or if the player's reloading, maybe put pressure on them. But then you're basically creating a giant list. You're hard coding 1,000 different possibilities. But a battle, much like a conversation, is fluid and complex. You can't read every possible combination of situation, which is why in most games you guys play, the AI, you can never really compliment the AI. There's a few games you can. And those few games are like what? What's that horror game? Alien? Where there's one alien and you're one person in one space. Okay, you've really constrained the possible environmental and like even the player can't even really fight back, right? So you've constrained a lot of the possibilities of what the AI has to deal with, and you can make it smarter. But again, that's all hard coded. But if you have that, if you can capitalize on what AI is becoming now with things like ChatGPT, and it can self-learn and it can read a situation and actually think, and it can think for itself and respond to situations dynamically in the same way that ChatGPT can respond to a conversation dynamically. Suddenly, within a couple of years, imagine AI in games actually behaving like real players. And now it's no longer hard-coded. And much like a player you're actually going up against, it could learn from you. So if you're doing something, if I kept doing the same strategy in a first-person shooter, I always flank on the left, the player I'm going against will eventually just move to the left to stop me, right? But how does an AI in a game know that? The AI's memory gets wiped every single fight you do. And an AI has to have every possibility hard-coded. The person who programmed it probably missed that. But if it's an actual adaptive, real, complex AI made by not all hard-coded, then it will actually self-learn from those situations. But that jump is from... That's not a... That jump does not look like this. It's not like... It's the year 2000, the year 2005, 2010, 2015, 2020, and 2025. AI complexity has pretty much been like this. If anything, sometimes the AI is actually like this because people are focused so much on graphics. Let's say that this is quality of AI, and that's time. Like, there's some AI that were actually better in the early 2000s. I've played first-person shooters that have better AI than some today. So I feel like AI progress might be like this or like that. But it's not going to do this. AI progress, let's change the scale a little bit. Let's actually say this is 2015, 2020, 2025, 2030, 2035. What's going to happen is it's doing this. It's suddenly going to do that. In the same way that old chatbots were like slightly getting better, and then suddenly ChatGPT came out, and now you get a full-blown complex conversations. And every year it's getting exponentially better and can generate images and videos and sound and music and everything. So AI in games, I don't see a reason why it can't do the same thing. Sorry if that was kind of a long-winded rant, but it is just something interesting that I've thought about. Technically, if this is the Battle of Hohenfriedberg, the Prussian camp was left behind, so we don't need a Prussian camp. Do you think integrating something like along those lines in MOC is possible? I don't think so, humankind. What I'm saying hasn't even been tried yet. It hasn't even been done by the professionals. 5 years from now, that'll probably be standard. There'll probably be plugins that will actually play through your game, learn how... Like, I bet there will be a plugin one day where you drag and drop it into the project, the AI immediately runs 1,000 simulations playing your game, builds itself, and learns the parameters of your game and how to win it. And then you go to play the game and the AI is already perfect, and then it already has a built-in difficulty system. Like, have you ever seen those videos where they say, teaching AI how to walk? And it runs 10,000 simulations with just basic physics, and the AI eventually learns what it needs to do to walk. Why couldn't you drag and drop an AI into your project, and it plays your game 1 million times, learns all the parameters of it, and then learns how to be the perfect tactician? It could probably teach you more about your games and your glitches. It could probably playtest it for you, too. Why would you even need a playtesting team? Okay. So this is done. I just need the play areas revealed. Yeah, that's already done. Good. So we'll save that. Then how about this? Would that be possible in MOC2, maybe in 3 to 4 years? Maybe. I would. It's going to take a while before something like that happens. I don't. We're just such a small team that I don't know if this game is even going to work, right? Like, who knows if this game's even going to be successful to begin with? So I can't tell you 4 years from now. I don't know, like, where I'm going to be. What if you want an intermediate or easy difficulty? Well, if you have a self-learning AI, why can't you tell it to make, if it can actually reason for itself, why can't you tell it to make more mistakes on easy and make no mistakes on hard? And it will purposefully make mistakes on easy and medium. There's no reason you can't do that. If we're talking about an AI that can actually reason and process and like understands the actual game. Now I have to go to quotizits. And on quotizits, we have to redo the tense, and then we have to reset the data again. And then we have one more map after that, and all the data will have been done. In order to tell the AI to make mistakes, it must know the right way to play the game. Yeah, so you would drag and drop this self-learning AI into your game in the same way that you drag and dropped ChatGPT into the internet and it pulled from every article ever written and learned how to speak English and learned like everything just from pattern recognition and reasoning. You would drag and drop it into your project and it could play through your game and then learn how it all works. And you might have to recalibrate it or answer questions. Like if you ask ChatGPT right now to write an essay for you, it's going to ask some questions first. It already knows how to to write an essay, but it might ask you what kind of essay do you want, how long do you want it, like what are you being graded for, blah blah blah. So if you drag and drop an AI into the project, you say what kind of game is it, what behaviors do you expect from me, what types of things should I focus on learning. There's no reason it can't do that. If we're talking about something hypothetical here. In the same way that I can tell ChatGPT right now to make me I could probably have it write that algorithm I wrote for charge damage. I can probably just have it write that for me. I don't even need to write those things anymore. But if you have ChatGPT doing that right now, why couldn't you have a self-learning AI in a game like this? Just in games in general, I mean. That learn the game for itself and understand how to play it. And then you no longer need to code actual AI for your game. You just have these plugins that do it for you. There are differences, Viking, between different types of artillery, but they're not too extreme. It's mostly like damage, reload time, splash damage. Did I say reload time already? Yeah, range. Just things like that, primarily. So that's done, that's done. I'm actually going to save this and jump back to another map because I forgot to use a terrain brush for something. I do need to go fix this. There are howitzers, and howitzers are kind of cool in this game because most cannons actually their shells can bounce, but howitzers just land on impact and do a lot of damage. And they do not have bouncing shells, but they do more damage and they take a little longer to reload. So there are howitzers in this game, but they're not like, I don't know, we don't do like anything really special beyond that. It's pretty subtle, the differences in our game. Trying to fix those ugly patches. Are different pieces bound to different levels or nations? You can swap them out. I can show you if you want real quick, but I am busy right now. They're not. Nothing is bound by nation. Actually, you can equip any kind of artillery piece you want. It doesn't matter what country you are. But there's like 24 different artillery pieces. I can here's something I'll show you that wouldn't be too difficult. I'll just show you this. Here's all the cannons we have. Iron 3-pound, iron 6-pound, iron 12, iron 6-pound howitzer, iron 10-pound howitzer, iron 16-pound howitzer, iron 8-pound Licorn, iron 12-pound Licorn. Then you have bronze versions of all those guns. Then you have special guns like the Liechtenstein 12-pounder, a Brummer 12-pounder, a Geschwindstock 6-pounder, and a Schuvalov 16-pound howitzer. And they each get their own texture, they each get their own inventory icon, they each get their own range, effective range, accuracy, deviation, fatigue, reload time, reload speed, cannonball and explosion, and price, and also weight for each location. When you remove the musket from the infantry, they get training muskets. So what happens if you remove the gun from artillery? They get the iron 3-pound gun. This is the default gun, should not be at shops. So this is basically you have nothing equipped. So if you strip off all the ordnance off of an artillery, the 3-pound is basically the default. You can't give an artillery no artillery piece, you have to give it something. What's the point on tents on both sides? Aren't both armies moving each other? Honestly, dude, it is accurate. Do you want to see something? What's a good example of 2 tents lined up? Shit. Battle... Zor, maybe? I don't know if they actually had the tents set up at Zor, but we'll see. I'll show you. It's actually accurate. Look, you can see on these battle maps, look how big the encampments actually are. Look at this. These are all tents. And my battle maps are pretty much taking place like this. So I always put like a couple little tents at the corner on each side to make it seem like both armies had their encampments and they're moving toward battle. But yeah, they will both encamp. There are plenty of examples of that. Hohenfriedberg is a bad example because one side actually left their camp to sneak attack and failed. That was the Prussians who tried to do an ambush. But the encampments are visible on a lot of maps. I don't think this one has them because they actually left their encampment. But yeah. But the one thing I forgot on this map was this. I like this texture a lot. Check this out. See how it's like wild grass? Like that? See how it's a little darker? So I forgot to add this. And I think it would be nice to add some of these patches. Because it would just add a little bit more variety. See how on the hill it really stands out, like that little patch there. Even on the farm, it's kind of cool to put a little bit in there. There we go. So save that. The only data, yeah, I have to just do farms and towns pretty much, which is cool. So I did Hohenfriedberg. Did I do Chostesitz? I don't think I did. No, I did Chostesitz. Now I do main map 1 and I'm done. Do you have a town map yet, Griffin? Or more like 7 interconnected small villages and then a large river going through the strait? I don't really have any big towns. I do have some. I think the town in Hohenfriedberg is actually quite large. This map in particular does not have any large towns, though. The one I'm showing now. There we go. Yeah, all that terrain is done, which is good. These are buildings. Okay. And then we want to do farmland. So let's just do some of these here. Doesn't, here. What's the sound in Civ 5? This sound reminds me. Listen closely here. Hold on. Right there. Oh, when I think when someone else builds a wander, maybe, and you didn't get it in time. Do you know what I'm talking about? That sound, the little horn that plays like that. I don't know if you guys know what I'm talking about. There's something in Civ 5 that, or Civ 6 maybe it is. Beans, are you in the Discord server? And if so, what's your name in there again? Viking, you're asking, what's your reaction when people say linear warfare was done for honor? Yeah, I don't know where that myth comes from. I don't know how it became so pervasive, because it's really obvious that it's not. Also, do people think, like, why did people fight in lines in the Middle Ages? Anybody gonna ask that? Was that done for honor? It's like linear warfare was the default. That was the default method of fighting. Until you had firepower strong enough that you didn't need that. That's like the easiest. You don't really need to be a genius to answer that or come to that conclusion. So I don't know where the honor thing came from. It's just probably because they had guns, but people don't realize those guns are not highly accurate and quick to reload weapons. And also, so long as cavalry is dominant on the battlefield, which is the case when you have guns that are not accurate and take a long time to reload, then you need troops formed up to defend from those attacks. But that's like very easy to explain, so I don't know why it's very difficult for people to know why troops fought in lines. How many troops can you control in general? Well, if you play on the ultra scale, there's 600 men per regiment, and if you fielded all infantry regiments and you could have up to 20, then you can have 12,000 men under your command. 12,000 models. A model represents on ultra scale 2 guys, though. So it's a 1-to-2 scale. So technically, you would have 12,000 models that are actually representing 24,000 men. So your army size would be 24,000 troops. The amount of models loaded on the battlefield, though, would be 12,000 actual models there. Which, by reference, Total War usually has about like 120 men per regiment at 20 regiments. So they only load 2,400 models. And we're loading 12,000. So our battles will look bigger than a Total War battle. Unmodded, of course. No, I mean groups of troops. Like in Total War, you can have 10 groups of infantry and 3 cav units. The max unit size that you can control is 20. I'm pretty sure I answered that. I did say that. You can have 20. Sometimes I would like to. I'd go on Total War Empire, and I'd go on the small unit size and fight in battles in North America and make the battles feel more like wilderness skirmishes. I used to do that sometimes. That was fun. It's also funny that you can actually mod pretty easily how many guys are in each regiment. So I think I once changed it to 1 guy per regiment, and then it became like running each individual soldier around trying to take shots at each other, and if you got 1 shot off, the dude would just die. I did not play a campaign like that, but I just went into a custom battle to mess with it, and that was funny seeing that. How important do you guys think custom battles are? Because we're setting everything up we need to for scenario battles, but I kind of prefer doing scenario battles to custom, only because I feel like in Total War, I go into a custom battle like once just to test out the units, and I never really touch it again. But the historical battles, I'll play through all of them, and then sometimes I come back to replay them. So I feel like there's better content there as like an actual piece of gameplay and not just a tool. So I want to prioritize the scenario battles first, but I don't know. I still want to do custom battles, but I feel like it's something that I always just touch once and I never touch again in Total War. How often do you guys use custom battles? Because I can change it and have the developer prioritize the custom ones first. But we could probably do both. I really don't see a reason we can't, because we hired a new guy. So we can get both of them done. Yeah, Humankind, we have the developer who's working on AI would be separate from the guy working on scenarios. We have 2 different guys for that, which is cool. Okay, this is all done. And I'm pretty sure I redid all the terrain. So this should be working. Playing Battle Brothers right now because I got addicted again. Yeah, I love Battle Brothers, man. That's a great game. It's so tough. Matanza, it is so tough to think where I want to go after this game. Not to make your comment about me or some shit, but it's just been on my mind that after this game I could continue doing stuff that's focused on like leading one small army and make something like Battle Brothers, but you have the Total War battles, or I can really try and go for the Total War experience and zoom out onto a real big campaign map with more of like a nation leadership focus. But it's tough to know. Do you make a game that's nation leadership, or do you make more of an RPG? RPG is way different. It's like grand strategy versus RPG is kind of the debate, and they seem similar, but that's a very different style of game. And I really don't know. Which one to go with. Oh, Seb, you're here, buddy. Hey, Seb. Seb says RPG, yeah. Seb is one of our developers. And he was listening. Seb, I go back and forth every day, dude. I go back and forth between Imperial Dawn and Free Company / Legla all the time. I just go back and forth, and I have no idea. I think I'm done all the maps. I think I fixed all of them. So let's go in. I'll save my changes. Look how much I have to push. I have 233 things to push. I forgot a city area on that map? I don't think I did. I could try to take a look at it again. I don't think I did. Do you yourself know how to No, I'm not a programmer. I'm not an artist. I don't have like a specialty. I'm just sort of the generalist manager who yells at people and directs the project. I know the logic that defines the code, and so I design the systems for the code to work on. Or some of them, not all of them. There's stuff that's over my head. Terrain zones. Oh, you're right, dude. You did catch. That's supposed to be buildings. Wow, what a good catch. I don't know how you caught that. That is impressive. Humankind, I actually already did that. I already made even more templates off stream. So I think I have enough templates, actually. It helped me make main map 5 even faster, which is my newest map. if you place less models in a regiment, it kind of does, but each model doesn't like we're not simulating the models like Total War does. They're more of a representation of the unit. So it's hard to I don't even want to explain it. It's more of a each model represents a percentage of the frontage of the unit and not a real individual entity. So like if I drew out a really thin line and 3 rows of men were firing, that's 100% firepower. Doesn't matter how many individual models are there. That's just 100% firepower based on the HP total, which might be 1,200 or 600 or whatever, or 10,000, whatever the HP total is set. Whereas if you're playing on like ultra scale and you can't draw out a thin line with 3 ranks, maybe you have 6 ranks because there are boundaries because the unit is really big, then you only have 50% firepower. And then again, whatever the HP is, 12,000, 100,000, whatever it is, 500 men as the HP, it just defines the math. That's my shortest way to explain it. I don't know if that even really makes sense, but... Why did I load up the map editor again? I think I was trying to go test something. There. I hope the 3D battle map from Fire and Maneuver mixes with MOC 3D troops. Yeah, I would honestly say, Steven, that there's a very high likelihood that we, for the next game, just move everything over to 3D. Because I don't really see the point of keeping this like half 2D style. The aesthetics of the game would be similar. It's not like the whole art style is going to change, but I just don't see a benefit right now of using the 2D. All right, let's see if I... Well, it does nothing. The terrain is not working. What could I do to test it out further? Yeah, terrain doesn't seem to be doing anything. Let me double check. There's no error, right? By the way, there's no reason I can't just do this real quick. There, now it fades. See the arrow? Now it's faded in, which I think is better. Is there anything else with the arrow that we should... I don't know. Okay, let's shoot those cavalry. Get them out of there. Damn, these hussars are like mauling the side of my Highlanders right now. Oh. I don't know why that flag glitch is annoying where it hangs back. Okay, there we go. Synchronized. If I can get a charge off, I can probably break these guys. They're firing on the move, which is nice, my dragoons. Also, if you make the charge really dense, it does more impact damage than if you spread your guys out. And you can rear flank, it does way more damage. Oh man, my own cannon knocked out one of my horsemen. Yeah, see, it shattered them from the rear charge there. Yeah, we're killing our own guys with the artillery right now by accident. Oh no, they're firing at us. So let's knock these artillerists out. There we go. Knock them out. Coldstream can probably charge this. Yeah, they broke. There we go. That wasn't bad, right? Like, this, there's a bunch of bugs here, obviously, that you guys saw. I'm sure you saw a bunch of little bugs, but this AI was implemented 2 weeks ago. So this is only 2 weeks of AI work, because we had to redo the AI from scratch, which is awesome. But I think they actually behave, like, fairly decently. I've seen Total War Empire AI where they all run on top of each other. So yeah, I think we're gonna give the rest of this month like really serious work on improving the battle system. So the flags that broke off, retreating the wrong direction, some of the animation glitches, like these guys are stuck running in place, fix that. There's a bunch of things like that that we can improve. Steven, I'm not I don't even want to, I'm not going to talk about the AI, but it's under control. Why can the cavalry pass through the infantry? Yeah, there's a glitch with if a unit is retreating, they're not really considered a target and you can run through them. But also, like, yeah, you can just kind of run through things a little bit too easily right now. Our animations still work in progress. Some of them are, some of them aren't. I think most of the animations are done. Were there any animations you saw that you think can be improved? There's still a few, like the death animations are a work in progress. They're not even really animated. When units die, they just fall to the ground. So that needs to be done. I think I want to add one more walking animation, so there's a little more variety. But generally, most of the animations are in. think my stream is... I think I'm done with my stream right now. Because I made the map and I'm happy with it. So I think I'm going to head out. We've been streaming for 4 hours, so... That was Ultra Scale Viking, yeah. Do you want to see here? I'll show you really quick, because I think you're the same guy who was asking me about the why there are so many ranks not firing. Let me just go show you real quick before I leave. So this here is going to be Ultra Scale. Once it loads, I don't know what's taking it so long. There we go. There we go. So this is Ultra Scale. So you can see if you want to form a column, they actually divide themselves by platoon, like this, which is realistic. And then if you form a long line, the reason we separate these guys and put them in the back, because if we didn't, they would have to go all the way wide and you'd take up the whole battlefield, which is way too big. Or we would just stick them next to these guys, but then they'd all seem like a huge, dense rank of men. It just doesn't look as good. Like, this looks like there are 3 troops, 3 ranks formed up, and then some reservists. Or a secondary battalion you can interpret it as, but however you want to interpret that. Either way, that's Ultra. I'll show you normal scale. And I'm loading up normal scale now for you. There we go. This is the same unit. It's a different weather effect, so... But look at this. Normal scale, you just form them up. And the only time you form up a second row is if you're in column like this. See how it automatically forms up the separate groups? Because they march by platoon, like that. And then when you form a line, you can do this. If you want to form kind of a dense-ish line, you could do that if you want to. But there's really no point in doing that. Like, you might as well deploy them like that, or go even wider and get even more firepower like this. But if you spread them really thin, now just about everyone is firing besides these last few guys. The only downside of doing this really thin formation is the morale damage that they take is higher, and the melee damage they take is higher. So if somebody charges you in an open formation like this, you do worse. And if somebody shoots at you, you get a little more scared. The troops drop morale a little faster. I think they actually take less damage from range combat because they are spaced out, so it's kind of compensates for itself. And then the last negative of being really thinned out is you have a slow movement speed. Say it says 1.5 movement, whereas if I go column, I get 2.5. So I have pretty much almost doubled my movement speed just by switching my ranks. A feature for automatically forming in 2 to 3 ranks. I mean, the automatic is just doing this. Look how easy that is. 2 ranks, 3 ranks, 2 ranks, 3 ranks. And if you want to do it with a multiple units, you can just group select. And look, 3 ranks, 2 ranks. Look how simple that is. So I don't think it's too complex as it is. There will be a toggle to switch between column. I think that's already implemented. Is it implemented? Or is this broken? No, it's broken right now. But this button will toggle you into column. Like that. But yeah, we've got about 4 months of development left, so any bugs you guys saw with that battle system, I don't think you saw anything big, right? It's not like a unit flew off the map or its health bar glitched out or froze or he couldn't do any damage anymore or he was stuck. It was just kind of like the flags were a little floaty. Some of the animations could be a bit refined. The melee was a little finicky. Just mainly those things. I think within 4 months we can clean that up. I think we're really on track. I'm feeling very, very good about that. I love these British uniforms here. They're my favorite with the cross belts. These guys look nice. It's funny to see him carrying the Prussian flag, but that's the faction I'm playing as right now, so. It'd be cool to form a full Highland army. I think that would be neat. In fact, before I leave, hold on. Before I leave. What's with the SpongeBob jokes? I don't know. I'm not sure. I think Colonel Beans is a young little guy. I think he might be a SpongeBob watcher, so to speak. A youngling. Okay, here's my Highland army. We'll go to Scotland. It'd be cool to have like a Jacobite sub-faction or something like that, so you could fight the British as the Scots. We'll get Grant. Actually, McGregor at least has a Celtic sounding name. Yeah, let's get McGregor. McGregor. Do we have a high? That's the Highland uniform actually, with the red sash. Wallace. William Wallace. We'll make him not look like such a loser. Wallace should have like natural flowing hair. I think that's good for Wallace. What kind of head? He'll be a little more pale. Yeah, that's good for Wallace. And McGregor. We need a green. We need one of these regiments. Oh, they're green. And then I'm going to name each regiment after a Scottish clan. There we go. Let's go find an army to engage. What's this in the wilderness? Who are these? A wandering priest. Can we keep him? That's the wrong text. We'll sign the chaplain. A depot. What's this? Deserted barracks. Capture some equipment, some ramrods and shit. Okay. Oh, there's an enemy. Oh, jeez. We'll fight them. Can we keep them? Yeah, the text was wrong there. How many wish lists do we have currently? I think 30,000. And we kind of need 50,000 for the game to do well. So we're a little behind on that, but if we do a good trailer, I think we'll be fine. Okay, who do we got? We got Campbell Highlanders along with Mackenzie. And oh, I didn't name these guys. They're just Highland Foot. Damn. Douglas Highlanders. Whoa, I spilled my coffee. Okay, luckily not too much. me grab a paper towel. MacLeod, and then who are our Highland Grenadiers? Fraser and Robertson. What's cool too is the tartans are randomly generated. So these guys both have blue tartans, but they have green tartans and they have blue. So you get different unique tartans for each clan. What else do we have here? Both green on them. Red. They have red tartans. So these guys are special. The Mackenzie. What was the original line for the priest? It was something like offer him bread and wine. I'll show you, Seb. Anytime you want to know the encounter text, that is the correct link for the localization. And so if we were to go to the priest, it should say offer the priest wine and crackers. You can see what the text is meant to be here under choice 1. And then you can also see the special text on the right. Convince the chaplain of the righteousness of your cause. And that's if you have hearts and minds. And you can just get him for free then if you have it. Can we keep him is only used for the animal encounters. So if you find a Dachshund or a Great Dane or a Greyhound, that's where you get the can we keep him text. And you can see all of those under choice 1. That's always the correct text here. I'm going to form up the column of the Highlanders in column. I'm going to tell them all to hold fire. And I'm going to have them all fire 1 volley and charge. And let's see what my enemy does. Yeah, we're going to destroy the Cantonists. They have some artillery, though. We're going to travel in sets of 2. Mackenzie's kind of cool because they've got a blue flag, blue facings, and red tartan. Maybe it'd be cool if it matched, but I do like their style, the red and blue. Campbell's rocking the black flag, black facings, and green tartan. And they have the officer attached. I think that's Wallace. So Wallace is inside the Campbell Highlander unit right now. He's got take aim and equestrian. So we could have him yell out to take aim, get a temporary shooting buff, fire 1 volley, and then charge. That's my plan. I could definitely see myself doing a whole campaign with like a Scottish theme. I could definitely see myself doing that. .4 speed, 2 speed. Interesting. 2.5, 2.4, 2. What are they gaining speed in the farm? No, just stays 2. Okay. All right, let's get in here. Watch this. We're gonna get up to position. Here we go. Closing in. You ready? They're going to fire at us. We're going to get even closer. Oh, they're still forming up. Here they go. Here they go. Okay. We're going to take that first shot. Move up. We're going to shoot with both our guys. Ready? Aim. Fire at point blank. Charge. Charge. And just get in there. Get in there, guys. Come on, come on, come on. Same thing with the other side. Get these guys in. We're going to run these guys because they're too far away. So they got to start sprinting. Okay, we broke them. We broke the Cantonists. We annihilated their morale there. Let's keep going. Also, the grenades are hilarious in this game right now because they're broken. I gotta show you what it looks like. Ready? Oh, I missed. Ah. Okay, we'll do it better in a sec. Let's throw a grenade here. Okay, watch the grenades. Ready? They're so broken. I have to change that. But yeah, they just massacre people. Uh-oh, artillery fire. Ouch. Oh my gosh. The cannonball ripped through the whole back line. They obliterated the entire back line. They took 400 casualties. All right, Robertson, get the hell out of there. Get the hell out of there. Run. And the Frasers are going to have to charge that battery. Mackenzie. All right, here's what we're doing. Mackenzie and Campbell are going to form up. I want them to do this. Run to position. Then I'm going to enable the ability. Take aim. So take aim's on. 20% accuracy buff. They're going to fire. Run to position. Go, go, go. Fire. Here we go. Oh, the cover system's broken right now. If you have 100% cover, you get 100% damage reduction. So that is not working properly, so we couldn't do much damage with that shot. That's all right. That will definitely be fixed very soon. Charging in. There we go. Get them in there. Get the Highlanders in there. Yeah, there's no way you can beat all those Highlanders. They are fleeing. And we took out the cannons. Good job, Fraser. Fraser would get like an award for that. And then meanwhile, goddamn Robertson took incredible losses. The whole rear side of the Robertson Grenadiers was annihilated by the artillery. Just not great. Yeah, playing all Highlanders is actually kind of fun. I do enjoy that. And we are going to conscript them because we took some high losses. Who was it? The Frasers overrun the artillery battery. So the Fraser will get some kind of award. What do we want to do? Maybe customize their flag and give them something special. We'll give them like the big grenade flag. Like that. And bagpipers. Give them pipers. What's kind of cool with the Highland campaign is you really don't have to spend any money on ammunition, do you? Because you only fire like one shot before you charge in. We do need to get better equipment, though. If I go to this town, it's quartermaster. Boots are good. Move speed. Look at that. You get lots of move speed. Sell off the artillery that we're not going to use and guns. Then get everyone boots. Oh, these are riding boots. Oh, I'm an idiot. These are for cavalry. Yeah, we need shoes, not riding boots. Let's go to the next town then. Provisions. Get to Dundee. Quartermaster. This is where we get full gators. That's good. And we want at the arsenal. Do they have bayonets here? Refined socket bayonets. That's nice. The prices are all out of whack. I haven't set those yet. Okay, axes are good. Give our guys axes, bayonets. Axes and bayonets is good. Look at the difference in melee skill between the Campbell Highlanders and the MacLeod. MacLeod is at 35 charge and 35 melee. Campbell's at 78 charge and melee. So I more than doubled his charging capabilities by giving him the refined bayonets and shepherd's axe. Do they really want to take on this army? At the Battle of Dundee? I was thinking about adding a holy hand grenade, Steven. Just making it a one-shot thing, where you throw it once and it could obliterate a whole regiment. Alright, we'll move the officer in the back. Who are my really good Highlanders? 94 melee damage. Yeah, that's insane. Better even than the Highlander, or the Grenadiers. So Campbell is going to lead the charge. Campbell's in the front. There we go. I wish they were easier to move up. I think I have to manually do it. Let's get all the Highlanders. I do just have way too much fun playing with Highlanders. Oh, who are the guys I gave the special flag? I thought it was McLeod, right? But I thought I gave them a cool red flag. That's weird. Oh, no. It was the Fraser Highlanders. These guys, yeah, I gave them the cool grenade flag. Which the damn UI is in the way, so I can't see it. Here, hold on. Alright, see you, Viking. There's their nice grenade flag. It's interesting. They're moving there. This is why we need custom battles. Why? You can go into the campaign for it. Oh, I guess what I did, where I just spawned in a bunch of Highlanders. Yeah, I know what you mean. Because it would take a while to actually form this army, whereas I just used cheats. But custom battles would let you just design it from scratch. So I know what you mean. Alright, everyone's going to fire once. There we go. And charge. Fire once and charge. Good stuff. Get in there. Oh, they are falling back. Ah. Yeah, that was a rout. I don't think we took like any losses there. Uh-oh, they came back. Too bad they can't aim. Let's follow them down. Nice, there we go. That is kind of fun, honestly. I do enjoy... I barely took like any losses with that. I just wrecked those recruits. And we got musicians. It is fun, honestly, building that army out and seeing what happens. I think my campaign broke, though, after the second battle. See how the tooltips are permanently on? I think it broke. Yeah, it's like half broken, like the camera doesn't work anymore. That was fun, though. That was a cool, like, preview. All right, guys, I will head out. I will see you later. Thank you for stopping by.